additional $1 million in 1985.
Elliott's winning of the Winston Million in '85 was a proud moment in his career, but that was only the beginning. 3 years later, he won the Winston Cup Championship and was on top of the world. For the next 3 years, he was plagued with trouble, winning only 4 races, and late in '91 decided that a change of team was necessary and a change of attitude.
I took off for a weekend last month just to try and recall the whole year. All of the faces and all of the places, wondering where they all disappeared. With these changes in latitudes, changes in attitudes, nothing remains quite the same. With all of my running and all of my cunning, if I couldn't laugh, I just would go insane. We couldn't laugh, we just would go insane. We weren't all crazy, we would go insane.
I mean, I don't know. We just keep doing everything right. I don't know what to say. I mean, they're making it easy for me.
ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, presents Speed World. Today, live from Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee, it's the Food City 500 Winston Cup race. It rained here most of the day yesterday at Bristol, but the sun is out today. It remains very cool, however, and it's a little windy. But nevertheless, all in all, good racing weather. As we enter the 6th race of the year in the quest for the Cup standings, who can stop the Bill Elliott Express? He has won 4 races in a row. But because of Davey Allison's Daytona 500 win and his consistency, Davey remains on top of the point standings. Third is Harry Gant, then Terry Labonte and Morgan Shepherd. In the second 5, you find Alan Kulwicki, today's pole sitter, and the defending Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt, 207 points behind in 8th position. Hi everyone, I'm Bob Jenkins and welcome to Bristol, the world's fastest half-mile racetrack, and it's even faster this year because of the new pavement. 2.5 miles an hour over last year's track record. That's what Alan Kulwicki qualified at for today's race. Now, we enter the short track portion of the Winston Cup season here today, and that means that tensions begin to rise. And who could speak better to that than a couple of guys who won here on this racetrack during their careers, Ned and Benny.
Well, Bob, you're right. When we come to the short tracks, normally you can see a lot of close racing and a little bit of beating and banging, and it does flare those tempers. But this year it seemed to start a little bit early because last week at Darlington, we saw a lot of close racing there and a few bumps and a few tempers flared.
A mile and 3/8 racetrack. Last week the cars made contact. What kind of chance do they have here today? None. We're going to see some serious fender bending today. We have to. It's a half-mile racetrack. Bank 36 degrees, new pavement. The cars are flying. They're going to get together because there's a lot of teams needs to go to the front. Teams that are used to winning are not winning this year. Bill Elliott's winning all the races.
It's going to be a tough track to pass on as well, even with the new pavement, so it might mean a little bit of bumping to try to get by someone. You mentioned that Bill Elliott's won all the races. Yeah, Ford has won the last 9 Winston Cup races in a row, but Jerry Punch, maybe there's a ray of hope for the GM drivers.
You're exactly right, Ned. In fact, even though Ford swept the front row for the 5th time this year, there's cause for smiles in the GM camp. Just take a look at row 2, for example. Dale Jarrett, his best qualifying effort of the year in the Interstate Battery Chevrolet. Yes, he has not won, but remember, car owner Joe Gibbs was 0-5 his first 5 games of the Redskins, and we all know what's happened since. He has turned it around. Maybe Jarrett can here in start number 6. And what about the inside of row 2? The man who has won 3 times in the past 6 spring events here, Rusty Wallace, driver of the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Yes, I know what you're saying. Rusty has not had a top 10 finish in 1992. But he qualified 3rd, and he and the Miller Genuine Draft crew have been smiles all weekend. Rusty wants everyone to know, just like their commercial says, that Rusty's back in town. Let's go further up the starting grid to John Kernan.
Well, Jerry, Dale Earnhardt hopes to also be back in town this afternoon, and realistically, if you look at it on paper, he should have a good chance at returning to form here at Bristol. They're on the bias ply tires. Dale likes to hang the car out. They can do that on the bias ply here, not the radial. Now, if he is going to make a move in the point standings, a lot of people feel that he's got to start it here in the short tracks. Last year, he cut in considerably to Ricky Rudd's points lead in those 3 short track events. Now, Dale could not take over the points lead today, but he could conceivably move into the top 5. He trails Morgan Shepherd by only 38 points. But, Bob, the last 3 years have not been kind to Earnhardt here at Bristol. He has posted only 2 top 10 finishes.
Dale is one of several drivers hoping to turn their season around here today. and accumulate some points and become a contender in the quest for the Winston Cup in 1992. And now it's just about time to get that famous command.
Currently a representative in the House of Representatives here in Tennessee and a candidate for the Senate in the 1st District of the great state of Tennessee. Welcome, Mr. Jim Holcomb, for those all important words. Jim?
Gentlemen, start your engine.
Thunder Valley in Bristol, Tennessee comes alive with the deafening roar of racing engines as 32 cars and drivers get set for 500 laps of competition on this half-mile racetrack in the Food City 500 Winston Cup race, and we're glad you could join us. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? By Smooth Bush Beer and Easy Drinkin' Bush Light. And by ESPN Home Video, producers and distributors of Richard Petty and STP, available at video and retail stores nationwide. We'll be back to introduce the starting lineup for you as we get set for race number 6 of the Winston Cup season. Stay with us. Paint box through. The Gillette Halfway Challenge is coming up in today's race. The driver leading at the halfway point will win $10,000, and a fan at home will have a chance to win a beautiful Chevrolet Lumina Z34. In addition, if you are the correct UPC code from a Gillette product, such as right guard or sensor, you could win an instant prize. Now, to enter, just call 1-900-436-7000 before the halfway lap. The call will cost you 95 cents, and you must be 18 years of age. If your entry is selected and you are called at home, you must name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge Award to win the Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Now let's take a look at our die-hard starting lineup for the Food City 500. On the pole with a new track record of 122.474 is Alan Kulwicki in the Hooters Ford number 7, Alan from Greenfield, Wisconsin. Brett Bodine starts outside the front row in the Quaker State Ford, car number 26. St. Louis, Missouri's Rusty Wallace. The Miller Genuine Drat Pontiac starts third in car number 2. Then Dale Jarrett, the Interstate Battery Chevrolet, car number 18. Starting in row number 3, the Raybestos Brake Chevrolet, car number 12, driven by Hut Strickland. And on the outside of that row is Davey Allison from Hueytown, Alabama, in the Haviland Texaco Ford, car number 28. Kodak Chevrolet, car number 4, driven by Ernie Irvin, starts in 7th position, and the Kodiak Chevrolet, driven by Ken Schrader from Fenton, Missouri, goes from outside of row number 4. The 5th row consists of Mark Martin from Batesville, Arkansas, in the Valvoline Ford number 6, and then Michael Waltrip in the Pennzoil Pontiac, car number 30. The 11th starting position goes to Bill Elliott, looking for his 5th consecutive win in the Budweiser Ford number 11. And then Taylorville, North Carolina's Harry Gant in the Skoll Oldsmobile, car number 33. The number 21 Citgo Ford of Morgan Shepherd from Conover, North Carolina, starts in 13th position. Then outside the 7th row is the King, Richard Petty from Mandeville, North Carolina, in the number 43 STP Pontiac. Row number 8 consists of Terry Labonte from Corpus Christi, Texas, in the Sunoco Ultra Oldsmobile, car number 94, and then Darrell Waltrip in the number 17 Western Auto Chevrolet, starting in 16th position. The 9th row consists of Ricky Rudd in car number 5 and defending Winston Cup champion Dale Earnhardt in car number 3. And then the rest of the field will have to start on the, pit on the backstretch, and that's somewhat of a handicap here, including Marlin and Little. Dave Mater driving car number 9 again. Brad Teague is in the 52 car that's normally driven by Jimmy Means, and we'll look at the rest of the starting lineup and tell you that Jimmy Spencer was the only driver who came here and was unable to make the field. In car cameras today, several of them will be riding with Mark Martin in his car, as he has a very good starting position for this race. The number 66 car, driven by Chad Little. The Phillips 66 in-car camera also at work. Morgan Shepherd carries one of our cameras, the Citgo Ford, car number 21, where you can see Bill Elliott just ahead in the Budweiser car, and Harry Gant also. And finally, Bobby Hamilton in the Country Time car. He looks like he's got some lemonade ready to go there in case he gets thirsty during the race.
Some of those collector cans on the dash of his car.
Taking a look at Bristol International Raceway, just a little over a half mile, 122.4 was the pole speed in 15.667 seconds. We'll go 500 laps, and the field is separated, look at this, by less than a full second. 0.8 of a second separates the fastest from the slowest. Pit areas here on both the front stretch and the back stretch at Bristol, and this is the thing that makes this track so interesting, as the trouble points are off of turn 2 and off of turn 4, the banking. The corners banked at 36 degrees, and the straightaways are banked at 16 degrees. A very competitive racetrack, one of the best attended races in all of Winston Cup competition here at Bristol, as new grandstands have been added. And the Thunderbird pace car now carrying a camera as we look back on the field as it comes down, getting set for the start next time around.
You mentioned, Bob, that pitting on the back is a disadvantage. As the day wears on, we'll show you what a huge disadvantage it is for the cars that's pitting back there. And Dale Earnhardt qualified 18th. I think there's 18 cars on the front, so he just barely made, although he would have been able to pit on the front, being last year's champion.
In case you missed it, yesterday's race, which was plagued by rain, they didn't finish it until almost 7 o'clock last night, won by Harry Gant. He and the other 31 drivers in this field get set to go as the pace car comes off the 36-degree banking. It heads for the pit area. Here comes the start of the Food City 500. Carrying the roof can. Inside Chad Little's car. Earnhardt to his left. Darrell Waltrip in front.
Boy, look how quickly everybody tried to get down on the inside, Bob, and get in single file. Chad Little is up there on the outside. He might be able to pass Earnhardt here. They're going into turn 3 wide. Darrell Waltrip backed off, though. that was not the thing to do. But Brett Bodine, who started on the outside pole, couldn't get back in line until he got back to 5th position.
Finally, Little is able to pull down on the inside in the groove. It's a 71 car. Dave Marks directly in front of Earnhardt. Here's Morgan Shepherd right behind Elliott. So a steady string of cars halfway around this racetrack, all on the bottom of the racetrack.
Elliott running for 11th. Meanwhile, back up front, the battle is for 3rd position as Dale Jarrett is 4th now, and Hut Strickland is 3rd as Dale looks to the inside, looks to the outside, tries to find a way around. The leader is Alan Kulwicki, and Rusty Wallace is running 2nd. Then comes Strickland, Jarrett, Brett Bodine, Ernie Ehrman, Ken Schrader, Michael Waltrip, and Davey Allison.
And Davey Allison started in 6th place. It was a long time before he could get back in line, so he dropped back pretty far. Hut's car seems, Hut Strickland, the car number 12, not handling, I don't believe, the way Hut would like for it to right now. He drifted up a moment ago in the turns a little bit, not enough that Jarrett could get by. But
now Davey Allison trying to take the position away from Michael Waltrip, moving to the inside going into turn 1, and he does so. That puts Davey Allison in 8th position.
Bob, you mentioned earlier that yesterday's race, there was some rain. The race wasn't over until about 7 o'clock last night. These cars did not practice at all. Didn't turn 1 lap yesterday. And a lot of cars on this new pavement needed to practice to be able to adjust. So we'll probably see some big adjustments on the early pit stops.
And there was no second round qualifying either, so the drivers have had relatively little practice time on this racetrack, which is really completely different than it's ever been with the new paving.
as a matter of fact, we might see a caution at about between laps 35 and 40. So the drivers that maybe missed their chassis setup pretty badly will be able to come in before they would get laps down. Here's Brent Bodine now trying to move on the inside of Dale Jarrett.
As Ned indicated, he got caught outside at the drop of the green flag and dropped back to 5th position, but now he's trying to look for the way back up past Dale Jarrett and Hud Strickland that are running directly in front of him. Meanwhile, Rusty Wallace is beginning to catch the leader, Alan Kulwicki. They're separated by only about 2.5 or 3 car lengths, as already coming up on 12 laps completed out of 500 in the Food City 500. Thanks for joining us on this very sunny but cool Sunday afternoon in Bristol, Tennessee. Back with more in a moment. Okay. Whoops. Oh, boy. Dallenbach almost chose the wrong route.
Just like last week, Ned, but right now.
Bristol International Raceway has begun to take its toll already. You see the badly damaged STP Pontiac driven by Richard Petty, one of about 4 cars involved in an incident coming off of turn number 2, and there is the other driver that crashed his car. That is Sterling Marlin. In for a pit stop is Bill Elliott as he changes rubber on the left side of that car.
Yeah, a little surprising. They've only run about 16 laps, but they might have had a tire going down or something.
Here's Sterling Marlin. This is the start-finish line going down in turn 1. Following Ricky Rudd. As he exits turn 2, we'll see the car all of a sudden it just turns right like he did in Dalton last week. See, the car just all of a sudden the right front goes down and into the wall. Along comes Richard with nowhere to go. Now there's a couple of other cars. The Dave Mater car will come spinning in. There's Dave Marcus spinning. Dave Mater also spins. But Sterling's car, just like last week, all of a sudden just like the right front goes flat like he ran over something.
Jerry, how come Bill Elliott made this pit stop here on the 16th lap?
Bob, you guys were talking earlier about how that many of the crews were guessing on the chassis setup because they didn't get any practice at all yesterday with the inclement weather and the lengthy Busch Grand National race. Well, Elliott has complained in the first few laps of the car being so loose he could hardly drive it. They decided to go ahead and come in and make a tire change, so they came in and changed all 4 tires. Tim Brewer making the call along with Bill to try to tighten the car up a little bit and so he could drive it and be able to run maybe a little lower on the racetrack and maybe pass some cars. Back upstairs.
All right, thanks, Jerry. They clean up the wreckage out in the backstretch. Richard Petty, meanwhile, is going behind the wall. He may be out of the race. They may try to get that car repaired a little bit so we can get back out and earn some more points, but it doesn't look good for the King here as he had a great starting position. This was his 59th start here at Bristol. He has 3 wins on this racetrack, winning both events in 1975. 26 top 5 finishes. Last top 5 was a 5th in 1987. But King Richard recalls some other memories of the Bristol International Raceway in our Petty Moment.
This Richard Petty memory is brought to you by Prism, the only spray-away car polish. Bristol International Raceway has been the setting for some tough moments and 3 hard-fought victories for Richard Petty. In 1975, he swept both events at the raceway, but it wasn't easy.
I won a race up there in 1975, and the way I had, you know, we had to put a situation under your arm and you hang on your head because you go around in circles and you can't do anything. So I put that thing on and we run, and about the last half of the race, I didn't even have any feeling in my left arm, and I had to drive with the right arm and still won the race. So I felt like I'd done a good job that particular day.
What's so daring about new Prism car polish? It's not how you put it on, but how you take it off.
Introducing new Prism car polish. It's the first and only spray-away approach to car polishing. Just wipe it on and spray it off. And in half the time, you get a durable shine. No huffing, no puffing, no buffing. New Prism, the only spray-away car polish.
He's Stock Car Racing's all-time winner. He's Stock Car Racing's all-time most popular driver. He's the king, Richard Petty. In this new ESPN home video, The Ride of a Lifetime, Richard Petty and STP, you'll have the chance to come along with me, Dr. Jerry Punch, for a personal visit to Richard's home, and we'll show you classic video footage of Richard's greatest moments. To get your copy, call 1-800-342-3400.
Richard Petty is behind the wall. A lot of work going on down under the hood. A hard lick, and race just now getting started. I guess when it happens quickly in front of you, doesn't it?
Well, you know, I guess Sterling must have broke something or something. Anyhow, I hit the wall, and I was in, you know, I seen it, and I slammed on brakes, but there wasn't nothing I could do. I didn't get a chance to cut right or left. I was just in the middle of the track, and he come down in front of me, and I just shut my eyes and hit him. Wasn't nothing I could do.
You've talked to Robbie Loomis, your crew chief. He surveyed the damage. Going to be able to get it fixed and get back out there?
Well, I don't know. I got to get around there. I'm busy talking to y'all, and ain't get a chance to look at my race car yet.
All right, thank you, Richard. Bob?
King Richard, the 14th place starter here today, had big hopes, but unfortunately his race may be over. Look at this, a record attendance here at Bristol for the spring race, 62,300 in attendance.
Their whole Dave Marcus there, he didn't beat the pace car out of the pits on the backstretch. So.
Ned is 35 down. Just a little older said. Bunch of pit stops. Boy, that was 30.
Well, he came darn near the abutment, yeah. Okay. Okay. ESPN Speed World today at Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee for the Food City 500. We're 23 laps into the race, and they've not got Sterling Marlin's car on the hauler as it crashed. And here is how the incident occurred. We'll pick it up in real time at the start-finish line.
Everything going fine. Down on the inside is the blue car right behind the orange car, and all of a sudden it just veers to the right as the tire blew or something happened. Then Richard Petty comes in and slams hard into it.
He came very close to hitting the abutment there where Michael Waltrip crashed in a Busch Grand National race a couple of years ago. John Kernan is with Sterling.
Sterling, we look and we see a big black mark up there where he almost crashed through the gate like Michael did. Did you see that thing coming up pretty quick?
Yeah, I saw it coming, and this ain't gonna be good, but you know, they fixed the gate, and hey, we get out on luck, we cut our tire down or something, the car just turned dead right in the wall, and we're gonna try to fix it, get to Max Plouse, take some speed forward back in the race, and see what we can do.
Well, I think they blew a left or a right front tire once again for the second week in a row, Bob.
Yeah, some tough luck for Sterling Marlin, who has had bad luck almost all year long. Jerry Punch has another report on pit road.
We mentioned they might put a caution flag out about lap 35 or 40. NASCAR has now informed the crews that on lap 50, about 30 green flag laps from now, or about 28 to 30 green flag laps from now, 50, 52, somewhere along in there, they will probably put out the yellow flag and let all the crews take a look at the tires and chassis of the car. The Goodyear has a great tire. Nothing to do with tire wear. It's the fact that the crews got no practice yesterday to set the cars up. We've already seen Bill Elliott come on pit road. They put a round of wedge in his car. He was about 0.2 of a second off a lap, and Tim Brewer said, hey, if we stay out there 0.2 of a second off in 40 laps, we'll get laps. Also, so we've already seen Michael Waltrip. Others have already had to come on pit road, and they couldn't run 20 more laps without getting laps. So NASCAR, again, planning to put out a caution flag in about 30 green flag laps.
And Jerry, I would bet that Michael Waltrip and Morgan Shepherd came in after they were informed that that other caution would come out and say, hey, we won't have to come in then. Everybody else will come in. That'll put us up near the front. I believe that's a little strategy on their part. We'll wait and see how it works out.
About every 15 minutes, at least, we will give you a field summary. This one presented by Napa. Watch for your favorite driver. Now, this is as of the last lap. We can't promise you absolutely current information because the laps are like 15 seconds here and positions do change. But this is as of the last lap. Look for your favorite driver and see where he is running in the early going of this 500-lap race. We will go back to green next time around. Chad Little and Ted Musgrave running back in the pack, as is Wally Dallenbach, but he has moved up.
Now, some of these cars back here, Bob, have made pit stops like Kyle Petty and Bill Elliott, Morgan Shepherd, and Michael Waltrip. Dave Marcus lost a lap in the pits, didn't beat the pace car out, so it's unfortunate for Dave Marcus that he's now a lap down.
And although Richard Petty and Sterling Marlin's cars are beat up, they are not officially out of the race just yet. But the green flag is coming out, and we are back to competition. That's Dave Marcus.
Not able to get his car started on the restart. The car's rolling, but it's like he's in first gear or something. Finally gets it going. We're looking at Alan Kalicki, the leader. Cole Center and still the leader. There's Marcus. The last start of the new car, has the car up to speed.
Alan Kalicki won here last August, the Budweiser 500.
He was so close to beating Bill Elliott in Richmond about a month ago. 18 inches at the finish.
Defending champion of this race is Rusty Wallace, who's running second. Hut Strickland remains third, then Dale Jarrett and Brett Bodine, Ernie Irvin, Ken Schrader, Davey Allison, back to Harry Ganthen and Mark.
Bill Elliott is spun coming off the second corner.
Morgan Shepherd almost got into it.
Wow, the Elliott Express is near derailment here as he has already made a pit stop and now spins coming off the turn number 2, bringing out our second caution of the day.
But he stays in the lead lap. Got the car going.
And he did not get hit, but as you indicated, Morgan Shepherd came very close to hitting Bill Elliott as he spun there in turn number 2. So cautions have been the story here in the first 32 laps of the Food City 500. We'll be right back. Okay.
Do we know why he spun, Neil? Hope they're not going to try to change 4. I guess they are.
They'll do it.
Welcome back to Bristol International Raceway, the Food City 500. Bill Elliott bringing out another caution flag. He spun. He said that he got tapped on the inside by Kyle Petty. It's what he was telling the crew on the radio. They have made a pit stop, changed 4 tires. They have been back on the racetrack, and we're getting set for more green flag racing action. Bob?
On lap number 34, the green flag will come out. And the race resumes.
The car on the inside is Dave Mater, who lost some laps with his spin over on the back straightaway.
And look at Rusty Wallace trying to move on the inside of Kawicki. He got a good run off of turn 2, but couldn't quite make the pass.
Rusty wanted to go so bad. He wanted to go on in and take the lead, but it's early. He said, I need to finish this race.
Yeah, don't take any chances right now.
Kawicki putting the car link or so on Rusty Wallace. Here comes Earnhardt trying to get by Rudd.
They go side by side into turn number 3. He forces Rudd to the high side, and Dale Earnhardt picks up that position, and that puts him now in 12th. Riding with Chad Little as he is behind Ricky Rudd, and Earnhardt just ahead of Ricky.
So he's picked up 6 positions. He started in the 18th position. A couple of those cars that were in front of him made pit stops, but he has done some passing as well.
Dale Earnhardt with 7 victories at this racetrack. Most recent was in 1988, the fall race.
And Michael Walker, we're right behind Michael Walker, and there's some smoke coming off that right front tire. He's made some contact with someone, knocked the sheet metal on the right front. I guess we can't see it from his camera position, but I saw him as he rode by a little bit ago. There we'll see the 30 car.
And the word is that Dale Jarrett, who currently is running in 4th position, may have a tire going down. There's Dale running behind Hut Strickland. That red and white car, number 9, leading this group, is not on the lead lap. That's Dave Mater. There's Jarrett in 4th, and now Ricky Rudd tries to make a move on Terry Labonte.
Dale Earnhardt just went by the Labonte car. The Sunoco Oldsmobile, to a lot of fans' delight. Earnhardt looks like he's on the way to the front. Rudd just can't make the pass. Car still side by side. There's Darrell Walter, Chad Little directed eyes, and Rudd just can't make it work.
Ricky will abandon the effort at the moment to take over that position from Terry Labonte, the 12th spot. Labonte running in 12th. There's Harry Gant. And many people thinking that he might be able to win his first race ever at Bristol here this afternoon.
Now we get word, as you mentioned Dale Jarrett's car, that the spotter is saying, well, the tire looks okay. He's really not running that bad, Bob. He had dropped back a little bit. The car looked a little bit loose for him, but I know he wants to hang on if they are going to throw that caution at 50, 55 laps. Now, since we've already had 2 cautions, don't know if they will or not, but time will tell. I'm sure he wants to hang on at least that long if they can, if they do take the caution.
First 2 cars are well out ahead of this group, led by Hut Strickland, then Dale Jarrett, Brett Bodine, and Ernie Irvin. First and second at the moment belong to Kawicki and Rusty Wallace, and we're riding on the roof with Mark Martin again as he goes to the high side of Dave Mater.
Little bump there with the left front of Martin's car, the right rear of Dave Mater's car, and we can see Earnhardt directly in front of Mark Martin. He passed him just a lap or so ago as Harry Gant is up in front trying to take that spot away.
Kenny Schrader on the outside of Gant.
They run side by side through the second corner. Looking at the Ford telemetry now, seeing that he reached about 125 miles an hour on the straightaway before backing off.
Well, we're seeing something here. We saw it with Ricky Rudd. Gant does get back in Schrader. Now Earnhardt pulls in, and Schrader, boy, is loose there, and they both make the pass. But it looks like when you get down directly inside of another car, it's tough to get off of turn 2 or turn 4 down on the inside. The inside position seems to be the preferred one, but if you can't let it drift out to the wall, it takes something away from the traction coming off of it.
Yeah, look at the foot count. Look at the footwork. On the accelerator as hard as possible. Now letting off, feathering it down the straightaway into the turn, brake hard.
Back just feather. See, if he can go all the way to the floor, the faster, the quicker he can go to the floor, the faster the car will go around the racetrack.
Now Brett Bodine beginning to put a little bit of pressure on Dale Jarrett for 4th spot. And Jerry, will there be a mandatory caution?
Bob, yes, there will be, but NASCAR has just informed all the teams that it will now happen on lap 60, which is about 8 laps from now. They wanted to have these crews run at least 20 laps on the green, so on lap 60, as we are showing 52 laps there in the books, they will have a yellow flag to let all the teams come down pit road and adjust their chassis.
All right, we'll look for that in less than 8 more circuits as Alan Kulwicki continues to hold on to the lead now with a rather sizable advantage on Rusty Wallace. Strickland third, then Jarrett and Brett Lodi. Now he might be able to. Okay. At Bristol International Raceway, the Food City 500 Winston Cup racing. You'd think these guys would be kinder to each other, but Dale Jarrett got out of the groove, and before it was over, he had fallen from 4th position all the way back to 9th, and he's running right now ahead of Mark Martin, and the yellow flag is out. This is the mandatory caution, and it comes on lap number 60.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of them come in, or probably most of them now.
Again, this is not mandatory that they have to come in, but they can come in. NASCAR is allowing them to come in and not lose any laps on the racetrack. They may lose positions, but not lose any laps.
I don't think Morgan Shepherd will come in. Maybe not Michael Walker.
Or Bill Elliott, if his car is okay.
That's right, Bill Elliott, because they had made pit stops not long ago. Let's go to the pits and Jerry Punch.
And a lot of the crews were making plans after the drivers' meeting to make some major adjustments. Here at the Hooters Ford. Alan Kulwicki right in front of him. Rusty Wallace, the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Pit road, a very, very busy place. Right now, you see the 2 on the bottom of your screen. Rusty Wallace, and of course, the leader, Alan Kulwicki, on the top. They will change right side and left side tires in both these cars. They are talking to the crews and drivers, trying to decide what adjustments need to be made. Let's check into the Dale Jarrett pit with John Kernan. Well, we can see that Dale was very loose coming off the turn. That's why he thought he had a right rear tire going down. They just tightened up the car with 2 rounds of wedge and put on 4 fresh tires.
The scramble now is off of pit road.
And Richard Childress and his crew did it again. Earnhardt comes out 3rd.
Well, week in and week out, they're tough. They get him right in and out of there and use to pick up a few positions. And I was wrong about Morgan Shepherd and Michael Waltrip. They did come in. Bill Elliott did come in as well. So
there were only 4 that did not come in. Wally Dallenbach, Brad Teague, Dave Mader, and Dave Marcus. Those 4 remained out, but I believe
they
they're
couldn't
now
come in because they were not on the lead lap, and you can only pit if you're on the lead lap.
And now they will come in on the backstretch.
Mark Martin coming back in the pits.
For a second time, Mark Martin comes in for a pit stop as Kulwicki is lined up behind the pace car. And once again, here's how to enter the Gillette Halfway Challenge sweepstakes. Call 1-900-436-7000 before the halfway lap. The call costs you 95 cents. You must be 18 years of age or older. Stay tuned to see which driver wins the $10,000 reward. If your entry is selected and you are called at home, you'll win a Chevrolet Lumina Z34. If you can name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge. And you can win an instant prize if you have the correct UPC code from a Gillette product. Under caution, After 63 laps here in the Food City 500, Alan Kulwicki is your leader. Back with more right after this. Okay. Okay. As you rejoin us, you have only missed one lap. That was the first lap under green off of the caution thrown by NASCAR. Allowed teams to come in and check their setups. Alan Kulwicki is out front, followed by Rusty Wallace, then Dale Earnhardt, Davey Allison, Ernie Irvin, Brett Bodine, and Michael Waltrip. Jerry, an update on the Mark Martin car.
One of the unfortunate things that happen when you don't have limited practice at a track, Mark Martin's in a brand new race car, and he says he has a very significant brake problem. The brakes are very, very soft. They didn't get a chance to really bleed the brakes and practice much. They came in twice during that caution flag to bleed the brakes. Mark is just ready to get back to the crew, that the brakes are still awfully soft. He has very little pedal.
He's running in 24th position as we look at the foot cam once again and the telemetry, the Ford telemetry. Watch the brake pedal. We'll see if he can.
No, he doesn't have to pump them. So normally the sign of when you've got air in your brakes, you have to pump the thing to get a pedal, but he's not pumping the brake anyway.
And Dale Earnhardt is looking for second spot. Rusty Wallace running right ahead of him.
Earnhardt's car is a little bit faster than Rusty's right now.
But as we said at the top of the show, it's tough to pass on this racetrack. Even though it's wide, the banking has been smoothed out with the new pavement, it's still, there's one place around this racetrack that you can go faster than anywhere else, and it takes most of the racetrack to get that one group.
Well, the racetrack does look fabulous. These cars just don't bounce around like they used to. The paving job looks like it's a fabulous job.
All the drivers have complimented the paving job done here by Larry Carrier and the crew. And John Kernan has a report on pit road.
Well, Bob, Dale Jarrett got really loose. He thought he had a right rear tire going down. This is the right rear tire off that car. You can see the temperature distribution. They took it off the car and measured it. 170 on the outside, 175 on the inside, 180 right here on the inside, 175 in the middle, I should say. That means it was just, they just missed the setup. He was just loose, and they put 2 rounds of bite in the car. He should be fine.
All right, John, thanks for the report on Dale Jarrett, as Dale now runs back in the 12th position. And another Napa Field summary for you. Again, we try to do this every 15 minutes or so, and this is as of the last completed lap.
Earnhardt keeps trying, and he may have him. He may have position.
And they go into turn number 1, and Earnhardt pulls alongside of Rusty and takes second position, and Davey Allison will come along in third, and Rusty loses 2 spots.
And the lap before, Brett Bodine had passed Ernie Irvin. There he is, the green car, right behind Rusty Wallace. I'll tell you, boy, once you get out of that groove, I mean, they'll go right past you. Show no mercy. That's what they're doing, is racing, isn't it?
They're racing. They're trying to get to the front. Now, can Earnhardt catch the 7 car up to Wiki?
Well, certainly the Chevrolet fans hope he can. Ford fans hope he can't.
Allen has about a 10-12 car length lead on Earnhardt, but he appears to be closing in as they go down the backstretch.
There's a 28 car. Looks like he may be gaining. Oh, here comes Brett Bodine, and there's some rubbing.
Bodine and Wallace exchange some paint, and not only Bodine, but also Ernie Irvin able to pass Rusty Wallace.
Rusty's car is just not right now.
That set of tires that they got on apparently not quite as matched as well as the set he had on before, and you don't know that till you get the tires on the car and get out there in competition. You can measure them, and you know how they measure up, but when you get heat in them, they don't always grow to the same size. And we'll remind the fans again, these are bi-sply tires they're running here, so stagger comes into play now. We don't talk much about stagger when they run radial tires.
There's Michael Waltrip moving up through the field. We saw the right front rubbing on his car earlier. Doing a pit stop, they fixed that problem.
He's in 7th. Hut Strickland behind him, as is Terry Labonte and Darrell Waltrip.
Michael's car slipped badly off the second corner that time, almost spun. And Hut Strickland moved up right on his back bumper, but now Michael has the car going back in the right direction.
I tell you, somebody's looking pretty impressive here now is Morgan Shepherd in the Wood Brothers Citgo Ford. You know, he made a pit stop a while back and was at the back of the pack and made another pit stop when everybody else did here now, and he has come back up through there. He's currently in the 13th position, so he has come all the way from the back to the 13th. The Wood Brothers car always runs good here.
Yeah, we're seeing the same view that Morgan sees going down in turn 3. Closes up right on the back bumper of Dale Jarrett, that is.
Yeah, the other Dale is way on out there in second place.
Yeah, there's the other Dale, that black car right going in turn 1. He's running second place currently. That's Wally Dallenbach direct in front of him.
Look at the serial scoring on Dale. It started 18th at lap 30, was in 13th, moved up to 9th. At the end of 50, was 9th at the end of 60 laps, and now at the end of 85 is in second spot. And a lot of that due to the fact that the Childress crew got the car out of the pits very quickly.
Great pit stop.
But Alan Kulwicki continues to have command of this race. He has led just about every lap from the drop of the green flag, was the pole sitter of this event, and if he should go on to win this race, he will pick up in Unocal bonus money, $22,800.
All the big money was lost when Bill Elliott won the race in Richmond from the pole position. 197,000 or something was the Unocal challenge then.
A lot of
trouble here on turn 4.
Almost a crash.
Dick Trickle did everything but crash.
I think his short track experience helped him a great deal there, Bob. He and Greg Sachs tangled a little bit now. Trickle is going a lap down, and look at Earnhardt has really closed on Kulwicki, because Kulwicki backed off when he saw that happening in front of him. He said, hey, there's going to be a wreck. I don't want to be in it. He backed off. Earnhardt kept going full steam, and now he's caught him.
He is within a car length. Dale Earnhardt trying to lead his first lap of 1992. This graphic will just knock your socks off. Look at this. Earnhardt, after 5 races in 1991, had led 225. This year, none. Rudd had led 223. This year, none. Irvin, Martin, and Jeff Bodine are also drivers that had led laps at this time last year, but have not led a lap in 1992.
There's some traffic now. This may be where, because Jeff Bodine in the 15 car certainly does not want to go a lap down. He's not going to make it easy for Kulwicki to get by.
He almost spins. Jeff had it sideways but saved it. And now look at Earnhardt
trying to get by.
He's looking to the inside. Can't do it though. Davey Allison lurking in 3rd position meanwhile, as Kulwicki is a little loose coming off the corner.
Got the car loose.
Coming up on 100 laps completed here at Bristol with Alan Kulwicki, the leader. We'll be right back. This is interesting, isn't it? Alan try up top. Earnhardt says, good. There it is.
Whoops.
Load up.
One car. Bodine lost it after all that.
I think Earnhardt got him, yeah. Yeah, they'll hope. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's on top? Welcome back to Bristol International Raceway. Under caution once again for a spin as Alan Kwiecki just makes a push on and off pit road for Bill Earnhardt, who had just taken the lead moments ago to lead his first lap of 1992, getting service from the Goodrich crew. They changed right tires already, now changing left side tires. You see a wide shot of the pits as Earnhardt comes out. Here's Davey Allison zooming by. Allison just nips Brett Bodine. They see the second car off pit road. But remember, Alan Kwiecki came in and took only fuel, apparently, no tire change.
All this because of a spin involving Rick Mast in the backstretch. He's okay. He spun, and here is the tail end of it.
It does look like he made considerable contact with the retaining wall.
Just before that, however, Dale Earnhardt had passed Alan Kwiecki to lead his first lap of 92, and this is how it occurred.
Well, Kwiecki was caught in traffic. Jeff Bodine, he'd been trying to pass him for a couple of laps to put him a lap down. Earnhardt and Kwiecki went on the high side trying to get around, and Earnhardt took the low side, went around, took the lead.
But now, because of the fact that Kwiecki only got fuel, he's going to be the leader once again. With Earnhardt running second, then Davey Allison, Brett Bodine, Darrell Waltrip, and Rusty Wallace. 100 laps have been completed now.
The 4-car made a chassis adjustment, and they left the ratchet in the car. See it on the left rear in the rear window?
Yep.
That's a ratchet and extension. He has to come in, and the crew has to take it out.
It was all that track position. 7th position, and now he's going to be in about 21st position.
It's almost stuck on there. Now they got it out. They're going to take the opportunity to top the car off with fuel. And Irvin goes back out onto the racetrack under our fourth caution of the day here at Bristol.
I'd be interested to know why Kwiecki didn't change tires.
It was interesting. You could put
He didn't do anything.
Put gas in.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did he put gas in?
Didn't he?
I don't think so. Yeah, well, I guess.
Yeah, they did a little bit.
Of course, it wouldn't help much.
All right.
Does he like that set of tires?
Black plate. 66.
Did they hold the 15? I didn't see.
Okay. reminder, right after our Winston Cup race here at Bristol at 3:30 Eastern Time this afternoon, more racing, the America's Cup Defender and Challenger semifinals from San Diego, California. Jerry?
And Alex Wicke just sort of ducked on pit road just moments ago in the caution flag. No tire change, just a little bit of gas and off. Number one, he didn't want to have any new tires, so the tires aren't wearing, so we don't need tires. And number two, and most importantly, I don't want to be back in the back of that pack and get caught in some of that heavy traffic. Track position, very important here at Bristol. Back to green flag racing.
He has the lead because of that quick stop. Dale Earnhardt running in second, and now Earnhardt will try to pass him again. Dale Earnhardt went 1,985 laps before leading a circuit in 1992, and Davey Allison challenges Dale for second spot as Earnhardt is caught up on the high groove. Davey Allison to the inside looking for second spot. They run into turn number one side by side, and Earnhardt has about a half a car length advantage as they come off the current turn.
But Davey couldn't get traction coming off the turn two. Earnhardt did, so he shot up in front of him.
Meanwhile, those two cars between Kowicki and Earnhardt are lapped down as Dick Bristol and Jeff Bodine trying desperately to get back in the lead.
Jeff Bodine had a race with Earnhardt to the caution flag, but lost a lap.
Well, this is the break that Kowicki needed. By the time Earnhardt gets back up there to him, his tires going to be about the same shape his are.
Yeah,
Kowicki's tires are.
Yeah, Kowicki's going to be way on out there too. Of course, Earnhardt got by Bodine pretty quick there. So did Davey Allison. Here comes Brett Bodine. He'll pass his brother, Darrell Walter. Darrell's running good today. Moved up into 5th position. Had a good pit stop. He has been running good, passing a few cars.
And he just passed Jeff, with whom he had a few words for last week at Darlington after an incident out in turn number one.
What you get right now, you get caught up on the outside. You just can't get the traction you need to go. Earnhardt, the only guy we've seen able to make a good move on the outside when he stayed in front of Davey Allison just a couple of laps ago. There's Earnhardt closing in on Dick Trickle.
Trickle is a lap down, running 22nd. There are 21 cars on the lead lap.
And the last car on the lead lap is the car number 55 of Ted Musgrave. Now, he and Mark Martin are back there together. Martin's car was already identified that he has a brake problem. And now Musgrave just passed him.
You see Darrell Waltrip. You know, I talked to Darrell the other day. He said, you know, it's really a shame. Last year, my car, I finished real well. My car wasn't that good. I finished well. This year, the car is super, and I can't finish a race well to save my life. There's Rusty Wallace there, outside pole sitter. No, fellow qualified third.
Boy, would he love to have his first victory of 1992 here. The season, I guess you could consider it very frustrating. Rusty, has this been a bad year for you?
It's been frustrating because I know I got a better team. I know I'm a better driver. I know my engine department's a good damn engine department, and we haven't been able to show anything. I'm not going to complain about the Ford versus Chevy stuff because it doesn't do any good. I'm just going to drive my guts out and do the best job I can.
Rusty Wallace currently running in 6th position, receiving a little bit of heat from Harry Gant. And Gant goes to the inside and passes Rusty. Rusty let that car slip just a little bit in the second turn, and that was all Harry needed.
Davey Allison still not able to get by Earnhardt. He's caught him, but Earnhardt can't catch Kowicki. That right front tire smoking again on that 30 car. See the smoke on off that right front? Once again, the fender's knocked in on the tire.
He almost lost it 2 laps ago.
A crash down in turn one. Ted Musgrave and Greg Sachs have come together. And another caution will fly over Bristol International Raceway, the 5th. Both cars down to the inside of the racetrack. Now Musgrave gets going in car 55, and so does Greg Sachs in the bright yellow number 41.
The left rear tire is flat on the Kellogg's car number 41.
Well, we have seen a lot of cautions in this race already. The record number 20 here at Bristol, and already in the first 118 laps we have had 5. We'll take another break and be right back to Bristol, Tennessee. Probably probably should do Pop Allison before too long. Yep. Okay, and we'll also mention Doug Wolfgang, who doesn't sound to be in very good shape. All right.
Tell you what, Kawicki showed those guys something when he didn't change those tires.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was. If he'd changed tires last time, they'd all probably change tires this time.
Mark Martin's going to go that down.
Yep. All right.
Bristol International looking out of the roof camera on the Valvoline Ford Thunderbird and sitting on pit road. And the crew now under the hood of that car. They have a problem with the carburetor. Apparently some skipping or missing in the car. We reported earlier they were having a brake problem, and this is a brand new race car. They've got some significant sheet metal damage in the front of the machine. In fact, the front grille has been all shoved in. They had trouble even getting the hood up. They thought maybe the hood, which is buckled a little bit, may have been pushing down somewhat on the air breather, which may have affected the linkage to the carburetor. But that's not the problem. They have the breather off, and now Jack Roush and the rest of the team of the Valvoline car under the hood, but he is losing some valuable time. Even though it's under caution, he has lost at least a lap or more here in the pit.
Yeah, Jerry, he has lost 2 laps, and Mark Martin remains on pit road. Why are we under caution? Well, this little incident down in turn 1.
This is Greg Saxon, the yellow car. Ted Musgrave in the white car. Saxon, the Kellogg's Cornflakes. The 55 cars, the Jasper Engines car. I don't know what happened going in turn 1. First time we see them, they're going around and around. The, what was the left rear tire was flat on Sax's car in the end?
Yeah, and of course he has been in the pits and has that squared away. Ted Musgrave as well is back out on the racetrack.
You know, Mark Martin was telling me Friday that this car missed from the time they took it off the truck. There has been a miss in this car ever since they started here, and they thought they had fixed it and qualified fairly well, but evidently they have not found that miss.
And this was a big break for Michael Waltrip, right, John?
You got to believe that, Bob. They have not had a lot of luck this year. Maybe their luck is changing for the better. Michael had a right front tire rubbing. He was going to pit anyway under green. Well, fortunately, the caution came out for him. They were able to come in and check the right side tires, put on 2 new right side tires, and also pull that fender away. So a big break for Michael. His crew chief, Billy Engel, told me this morning the hardest part of their job this year has been keeping their heads up because luck has not gone their way.
That accounted for the smoke that we saw coming from the right front of that car. We're about to go back to green, and Alan Kowicki, Dale Earnhardt, Davey Allison, Brett Bodine, and Darrell Waltrip are your first 5.
Well, Kowicki got himself a good jump so he didn't have to address that lap traffic on the outside going into the turn. Earnhardt did so as well. The last time Earnhardt got caught out there on the outside, and it cost him.
Riding with Bobby Hamilton in the country time car.
That's Brad Teague in the 52 car. As you said, normally driven by Jimmy Means. Brad Teague driving this weekend. Kyle Petty on the outside of him. And there goes Ricky Rudd. Now finally, Hamilton says, I'm going to move up and go by. He does.
Bobby Hamilton right now is...
I think it's a lap down, Bob.
Yep.
He's currently being shown in 24th position.
Right.
Actually, he's
Got the car sideways as he came off the corner. We saw that quick movement with the steering wheel to save the back end.
Kowicki and Earnhardt are up front, and Dale is right on the back bumper of that Hooters Ford. And another field summary for you as in just a moment. Get ready to look for your favorite driver and see where he is running at the end of 128 laps of this event.
Earnhardt had moved in just right on his bumper a couple laps ago. Then Allen pulled away.
Kulicki has done this all day, Ned. After 2 or 3 laps, these cars are able to run with him for 2 or 3 laps. And then, when those tires get nice and warm, he starts just driving away.
Here's our Napa field summary. It was a smart move on Allen's part not to take on tires that last time, just to get gas.
Yeah, I didn't agree with it, but it looks like it was obviously the right thing to do because his car must have been handling the way he wanted. He didn't want to take any chances on putting those tires on and changing the stagger. And here's Davey Allison. Goes up on the back bumper of Earnhardt trying to get by him.
And our condolences to all of the Allison family as Davey does go to the inside and pass Dale Earnhardt. Davey Allison now second on the death of Pop Allison, who passed away on Wednesday evening after a long battle with cancer.
That's Davey's grandfather, Bobby's dad.
We'd like to also update you on the condition of Doug Wolfgang. A lot of drivers and crew members were talking about Doug down in the pits this morning. Doug had a very serious sprint car crash at Lakeside Speedway in Kansas City on Friday night. We did receive the latest information today, and he does have burns over 30% of his body. He has a fractured vertebrae and a concussion and has a long road to recovery. He also inhaled some firefighting material, and there is concern about his lungs. So we'll keep you updated on Doug Wolfgang. The side of that 12 car driven by Hut Strickland that is owned by Bobby Allison has Pop on the side of it in remembrance of Pop Allison.
Of course, Hut's wife Pam is granddaughter of Pop Allison. She is Donnie Allison's daughter. And Al Petty going around him.
Yep, this is for about 8th spot, I believe. 9th spot. But qualified well, qualified 5th in a Augustus Buick.
And the 21 car of Morgan Shepherd.
I think he got caught up on the high side. Kenny Schrader was on the inside of him, and the 21 car, I've noticed him several times when he's trying to lap cars. He just can't go up on the outside, and he had to back off, and it really cost him some positions.
This is the bumper cam looking back on Greg Sachs and Bill Elliott.
Once again, out of Morgan Shepherd's car.
Yeah, I don't believe that car is up to par right now. He's been really running strong there a while ago, but maybe getting on that high side wasn't the total problem with Morgan Shepherd, because the group that he was racing with, Kenny Schrader, Dale Jarrett, and the car number 4, Ernie Irvin,
they're reporting that the right front tire may be flat on that 21 car.
Okay, you can see him drift up in the turn, Denny, and that would cause the car to push a little bit.
There we see Sachs and Bill Elliott right behind Sachs trying to get by. There's the Wood Brothers crew trying to figure out if he's going to make a pit stop or not.
Well, let's watch him work the wheel here and see how much that car is pushing. He's a busy man again.
He turns the car to the left. We see how high the car goes up on the racetrack.
Just can't turn it enough.
This is the only race this year that the teams have run the bias ply tires, so they've worked with them for years and years, but they're now getting accustomed to the radio tire. And here comes Hut Strickland on pit road.
Hut gives up his 11th position to come in under green, and there's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit on pit road. Jerry?
Obviously an unscheduled pit stop for Hut Strickland, or Augustus Buick, Augustus Chevrolet, I should say. They will change right side tires. His car not been handling very well the last couple laps. Evidently had a tire going down. They changed tires. He is down and away. Let's go to John Turner for an update on Morgan Shepherd. John?
Jerry, the spotter who said the tire looks fine. What Morgan thinks may have happened is that the stagger may have closed up. As we said on the radios, you don't worry about the stagger, but you do on the bias ply, and you're not really quite sure exactly what's going to happen to that tire and the stagger when they heat up. So they're going to ride it out as long as they can. But right now, they just think it's a problem with the stagger.
Boy, he's going to go a lap down before long, John, because Alan Kowicki is coming up on him very quickly back there.
And coming back into the hunt is Richard Petty, who was involved in an incident very early in the race. And there isn't front end on that car. However, Richard Petty goes back in competition. Well, that thing's considerably shorter than it was, huh?
Yeah, it sure is. That was too bad. Here is Morgan Shepherd now coming into the pits. They decided they couldn't wait any longer. Let's go back to the pits. John Turner.
Well, as you pointed out, he was very close to going a lap down, so they will go ahead and bring Morgan in. It will be a right side change only. Eddie Wood getting that right front tire off. It does look like it's still inflated, though. It doesn't look to be flat. We'll check that out. They get the right sides on, the car is down, and Morgan is away.
And the problem on Hut Strickland's car was a bad right rear. So a couple of drivers experiencing problems here as Morgan Shepherd goes back out onto the racetrack, and we'll watch that car build up speed and enter the groove in the backstretch. 16 degrees of banking there, now into 36 degrees of banking in the corners. We're 147 laps into the Food City 500 with Kowicki still leading.
Just not, doesn't have it today, does it?
Doesn't appear to be.
Oh, he's about to. He's going to go a lap down the next 10 laps.
Kowicki doesn't know whether he's got a tire going flat or whether he just has them worn out, but he's talked about he needs right side tires. He would like to get a yellow flag, but...
Okay. Food City 500 Winston Cup race at Bristol International Raceway on ESPN Speed World today. 153 laps old. Morgan Shepherd made the pit stop. He dropped to 21st position a lap down, and a crash over in turn number 3 involves Bobby Hamilton. The ball pretty hard.
Yes, he did.
And there's a part of his tire, something rolling around over there. He's sitting right in the middle of the racetrack. These guys are trying to beat the 7 car back to the start-finish line.
And Bill Elliott and Derek Cope both did. They were about to go a lap down.
Yeah, it's a real break for Bill Elliott because running back in 16th position, he was very close to going a lap down. We'll replay this incident involving Bobby Hamilton.
Here's coming down. Oh, he makes some contact. He and Rudd get together after he ran into the wall. And now he goes up and spins around. And once again backs in the wall. Now, here comes a tire off someone's car. Is that off Rudd's car? Where's this tire that's rolling down the racetrack coming from?
I don't know. Anyway, pit road becomes very active again, and Jerry Punch is right there.
This is a major break for Alan Kowicki. He had just radioed to Danny Glad and Paul Andrews, his crew, that he thought he had a right side tire going down, or the tires were worn out. Remember, he had not changed tires since lap 60, that mandatory caution that NASCAR had for the chassis adjustment. So he now welcomes the yellow flag as they have changed right side tires and now left side on the Hooters Restaurant Sport Thunderbird. Our leader getting a break here by virtue of the yellow flag. Carol Walker is down, Harrigan is down, and now Alan Kowicki will try to win the race toward turn 1.
And the race was won by Dale Earnhardt, who just barely beat Davey Allison and Darrell Waltrip out of the pits. Earnhardt, by virtue of him being the Winston Cup champion, gets to pit in the very first one down toward turn 1, and therefore it's not a very long distance to get to that line that determines how you line up coming out of the pit. So Earnhardt will have the advantage when we come back.
Kowicki really lost a lot there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. What the heck is that? That isn't a tire, Ned. What is it?
Well, I don't know.
It wasn't a full tire. It rolled down there into the infield.
But it might have it might have not been a full wheel. The inside of the wheel might have come off. And I think it was off of Hamilton's car. It was not off of Rudd's car because he came in on all four.
Okay. Just lost a button, Benny.
I did?
No, I did.
You did?
That's all right. I'll get it.
Whose tire was that I saw rolling around?
Had to be off of that 68 car.
Had to be.
Yeah.
Must have been an outside right front, and all he was riding on the inner line.
Could be. Could be. It didn't look like a full tire to me.
It was.
We remain under our sixth caution of the day here at Bristol as a crash up in turn number 1 has slowed the field again. And this is the reason why. Here's Bobby Hamilton coming out of corner number 2, making contact with the wall back there.
And Rudd, he slowed down so dramatically, Rudd couldn't stop and ran in the side of it.
And then he spins all the way down into turn 3 and up against the wall, and you can see a tire came off of it. It doesn't look like, it looks like the outer tire has just come off of the rim.
Exactly, but he drove the car around. I looked, it had tires on it, so he must have knocked off the right front and the car riding around on the inner liner. Here's from the in-car camera shot. He kept doing some serious driving, trying to save the car.
There's the tire. Ooh, and who was it? Dale Jarrett just missed it.
But the main thing is the 94 car of Labonte just missed the 68 car of Bobby Hamilton.
Let's go to Jerry Punch, who is in the Alan Kulwicki pits.
Well, it's sometimes better to be lucky than good, but Alan Kulwicki is both today. He's been very good and very lucky. Let me show you these right side tires. The right rear tire rubbing significantly. They had to pull some of the fender out, but also the right front tire was rubbing. In fact, they put a spacer to try to offset the right front tire. He did not have a tire going down. He had a tire being chewed up by his own fender. So a break for Alan Kulwicki, our early leader.
And boy, there is not much rubber on the outside of that tire. It doesn't take a whole lot of rubbing until you're right through the fabric.
A 1/4 inch maximum is the thickness of those tires.
And another field summary. This one brought to you by Autolite.
Earnhardt back in the lead.
Because of, again, quick pit work and the fact that he's pitted near turn number 1.
See, Kulwicki dropped all the way to 6th in that pit stop because of the extra work putting that spacer in there. It took him a little extra time.
You notice there that Bill Elliott was running in 15th spot.
He's still in the lead lap.
Numbers to the right are laps down for that particular car. And Marcus in car number 71 is listed as out of the race. And Richard Petty, although he is 130 laps down, is back in competition.
Marcus had an engine problem, Bob, a little bit earlier.
And we're setting up for the restart.
There's old Elmo.
Elmo brings her down off the banking, and here we go again. 62,300, a record crowd here at Bristol watching the Food City 500. Shepard trying to get a lap back. 21.
He said Earnhardt could just move up a little bit. Now slide up a little bit, try and get under. Come on. A little bit ago, Morgan Shepard was back in the middle of the pack being overtaken by cars. Now he's trying to pass Dale Earnhardt, the leader of the race, because he now has 4 tires with all the air in them. He had a flat tire earlier on.
And he was a fast car before that happened. He's being shown in 19th position, 2 laps down. See Davey Allison there in 2nd place. Not too far behind him is DW. Darrell Waltrip in 3rd.
And not too far behind him is Brett Bodine.
If Darrell Waltrip's crew changed 4 tires, he had a fantastic pit stop because
he was moving a long time before some of the other cars were moving. But
hey, they gained on several pit stops here today, picked up several positions.
Petty moves up right on the back bumper of Morgan Shepherd.
Good bumper cam shot. Looking back from Morgan Shepherd to Davey Allison as he tries to go inside now in the backstretch. Waltrip, meanwhile, in third spot, has won 11 times on this racetrack. He has won the spring event 5 times and the fall event 6. He's right behind Davey.
I'll tell you, for him to be this high, and we're not even to the halfway point yet, might spell trouble, guys. He's going to be in trouble for the other competitors I'm talking about. He's smart. He'll be right there.
Back in the pack, some good action with Alan Kulwicki, who was leading until a few laps ago. Right behind him is Terry Labonte. Then comes Kyle Petty, and that is 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Hey, Kulwicki's car is not working as good now, fellas, as it was earlier. He has dropped back to way back from where Earnhardt now was. We see Kyle Petty go around Terry Labonte.
He takes 7th.
And here's Davey Allison finally getting on the inside of Morgan Shepherd. Darrell Waltrip follows him, and then I think you're right. Darrell Waltrip, he's up front awfully early.
Boy,
Jerry
sure
Punch, he changed 2 or 4 times.
Well, Benny, I did not get a chance to see GW's pit stop, but what I wanted to mention was the fact that I spoke with him before the race, and he was in the best spirits I've seen him in a long time. He told me, he said, hey, Doc, that's not the same car we came here with on Friday. So the sheet metal is the same, but we changed the rear end, the engine, the springs, the shocks, the steering wheel, everything we changed. Hey, it might work, it might not, but I'm feeling good about today. I think we're going to be awfully strong. And I believe his prediction is pretty much right on the money.
I think you're right, as Waltrip now runs just behind Davey Allison, who is in second position. And John could tell us about the tires.
It's been a couple of amazing floor tire changes. I'm telling you what, Bob, they were in and out so quick, I barely had time to blink. But talking to the crew, they said Darrell has the car just the way he likes it. He's going to sit in that third spot right now, ride around, make his move at the end of the race, which is vintage Darrell Waltrip.
You bet it is. He has won so many times just being cagey like he is right now, running up front but not at the front of the pack. Now he started 16th, he moved up to 15th on lap 30, then to 10th, then to 5th, and now at the end of 175 laps, Darrell Waltrip is 3rd.
Davey Allison floating here. We go back to Rusty Wallace, Kenny Schrader, and Ernie Irvin, Dale Jarrett.
That's 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th.
They are at least half a lap, maybe a little more. Yeah, they're a little more than a half a lap behind the leaders. They've been caught in some lap traffic back there and had a tough time getting around them. Now Rusty drifts up, and here comes Kenny Schrader down on the inside. Here comes the 4-car of Ernie Irvin. He'll take the measure of him as well. Dale Jarrett will try to move on the inside too. So Rusty loses 3 positions in a half a lap.
That is how it's done at Bristol. You get up out of that low groove and zoom, zoom, zoom. They go by you.
Tell you what, Davey Alston's closed up right on the, 2-3 abreast there coming off the corner.
Yeah, Rusty, something's happened to his car. He is definitely off the pace.
Michael Waltrip just narrowly escaped. Look at this. Davey Allison is alongside Dale Earnhardt into turn number 2, and I believe he's going to get him. Yeah, Davey goes to the front, and here comes Darrell Waltrip.
And Brett Bodine drives right in there as well, takes over the 3rd position. So Earnhardt in 1 lap goes from 1st to 4th.
And Rusty Wallace is coming in, Jerry.
Exactly, it's just the same kind of fortune some of the other drivers have had. Apparently a tire going down on the right side. We've already seen a couple of right rear tires go down. One on the Hunt Frisbee car about 20 laps ago. The Rusty Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac team changing right side tires. And the defending champion of this event will go at least 1 lap down, maybe now 2 laps down, and they will try to change left side tires. They're not really sure which tire it is, so rather than take a chance on losing a race car altogether, they will change left side tires. And now the leader will come by, and he will go 2 laps down as he is being held down in the pit by the NASCAR officials.
Tough break for Rusty Wallace, the defending champion of the race. Meanwhile, it's Davey Allison now out front with Darrell Waltrip running second, then Brett Bodine. And it appears as if Dale Earnhardt has lost the handle, and he's coming in. Dale Earnhardt comes in for a pit stop. We'll tell you about it in a moment.
Here's the lead.
Thank you.
That was a short 15 seconds.
A little. What did he lose? Just one lap or two? He lose two now? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yep.
Right here, as a matter of fact.
Look at Earnhardt. There's a good battle up front between Davey Allison and Darrell Waltrip for the lead. Dale Earnhardt, the third car there, who now is passing Darrell Waltrip, just came in for a pit stop. But look at him on those fresh tires.
Yeah, he lost 2 laps in the pits, so that puts him back. He got one of them back right there. And as Davey went high, Darrell tried to get under, but couldn't quite make the move.
It's Ted Musgrave, the white 55 that the cars are going by.
And also in this battle, and don't count Brett Bodine out of that Quaker State Ford. He's running third and sticking right with Waltrip and Allison. Let's go down to Jerry Punch, who has more on that Earnhardt pit stop.
Well, an unscheduled pit stop for Earnhardt for a cut right rear tire. Remember, they are having the bias ply tires, not the radials. The radials don't cut very easily. They have marked the puncture wound here in the right rear tire. A small little opening. The tire was going down. Earnhardt had to change right side tires. He was also held 15 seconds in the pits on NASCAR for being too fast coming in. Bob?
You can see the NASCAR official there holding Dale for 15 seconds, now saying, okay, you can go back out onto the racetrack. So not only a cut tire, but a penalty for Dale Earnhardt, dropping him 2 laps down, but he has made up one of those.
Davey Allison still leads. Darrell Waltrip right there with him. Brett Bodine is third. And in 4th place is the car number 7 of Alan Kowicki. And Alan is back, about 5 or 6 seconds, I guess, behind the leaders. Kyle Petty is currently running in 5th, and he's right on the back bumper of Alan Kowicki.
About 55 more laps will be at the halfway point to enter the Gillette Halfway Challenge Sweepstakes. Dial 1-900-436-7000 before the halfway lap. It'll cost you 95 cents, and you have to be 18 at least. If you are called back during today's race and you can name the driver who won the Gillette Halfway Challenge, you will win a new Chevrolet Lumina Z34. You can also win an instant prize for having the correct UPC code from a Gillette product. The Gillette Halfway Challenge coming up in just a little over 50 laps.
I thought that was a new product if GM had that for a second.
Benny? The Zumina?
Zumina, yeah.
Well, here's Bill Elliott about to go a lap down to Davey Allison. He was almost a lap down before the last caution came out. Now he does officially go a lap down.
Well, you know, you talk about the Bristol, the Elliott Express being derailed, and if it could happen at any place, it probably would be at Bristol, and it appears as if it has been derailed. Now, Harry Gant in car number 33 has picked up a position, just going to 6th, passing Terry Labonte.
Well, Gant was up to 5th a while back, and he lost about 3 positions. Bob, he really slipped bad over in turn 2, but then he got it gathered back in and has been moving back up through there a little bit.
More troubles for the 21 car, Morgan Shepherd. He says he feels the right side tires are going down. And again, you can see how the car pushes as it goes through the corner.
Well, they've had a tough break here today, the Wood Brothers.
There's Richard Petty. We saw He crashed earlier in the race. He's back in the race, about 100 laps down.
Michael Waltrip in the pits in the Pennzoil Pontiac, an unscheduled pit stop for him. He's had his problems here today as well. He was one of the drivers that was on the lead lap. In fact, he was running in the 13th position, but now he'll go at least one lap. In fact, they're changing all 4 tires, so he'll probably go 2 laps down.
Another Autolite field summary. This is as of the last lap. Michael Waltrip back out onto the racetrack. Wallace
is right in front of Davey Allison and Darrell Waltrip.
Just about to get lapped.
Just about it.
About to get lapped again. Remember, he made an unscheduled pit stop. He's already 3 laps down.
He is running back in 21st position.
Rusty Wallace had big hopes for today. Thought he had things going to turn his season around.
We saw Michael Waltrip in the pits. We understand that the left rear tire was flat on his Pontiac, so they went and changed all 4.
This is Chad Little running right behind the leaders, but Chad is currently being shown in 27th position. Phillips 66 in-car camera. The right rear on Michael Waltrip's car is the one that went down, the right rear.
Look at old BW. You see him just up at the left of our screen. He's right on the back bumper of Davey Allison. He might have that Western Auto. Oh, Darrell, what are you doing up there, son? Well, that's his groove.
Well, maybe so.
Don't look like a good one to me, but it might be the way he wants to.
Normally, he likes to run down low on the racetrack.
John, is Darrell complaining that the car's loose?
Yeah, Bobby, you're exactly right. Jeff Hammond and the crew paying close attention right now, although he is closing back up on Davey Allison. He got just a little bit high and got just a little loose. Had to get out of it and gather it back in, but he does say that the car doesn't feel as good as it did a few laps ago. It does feel like it wants to come around on him, so they may make a stagger adjustment on their next pit stop.
Well, of course, there are 2 streaks in Winston Cup racing that we've been following all year. The Bill Elliott winning streak, and that doesn't appear to be continuing today. And, of course, the Ford winning streak. And although Ford is leading with Davey Allison, Darrell Waltrip was right there in the Chevy.
Morgan Shepherd back in the pits, an unscheduled stop. We reported a little bit ago that he thought he had a right front tire going down again. So he is in the pits, and the sit go forward, getting right side tires. They'll come around now and change the left side tires.
This is the 10th consecutive race that Davey Allison has led, dating back to Charlotte of last year. And here is that Ford dominance that has been so prevalent all during '92, leading 85% of the laps, 9 straight wins since Charlotte in October of last year. 76% of the laps they have led, and Elliott and Allison have combined to win 7 of 9 since that Charlotte race.
Here's our pole sitter, Alan Kowicki, who's currently running the 4th position, and Kyle Petty, that mellow yellow Pontiac. And Kyle has caught the 7th car, and just a little bit ago was right on his back bumper. So Kyle Petty having a great run today.
Yep, shown in 5th position. About 2 seconds behind them is Harry Gant in 6th, then Terry Labonte, then Ernie Irvin, then Ken Schrader, then Dale Jarrett, and then the car number 10 of Derek Cope, who is about to go a lap down. He's the last car on the lead lap, currently running in the 11th position.
There's Harry, just ahead of Chad Little, and Davey Allison is in traffic.
And he almost lost control coming off that second corner. Car get extremely sideways.
Now there's Michael Waltrip. Remember, he made a pit stop a while ago and got some fresh tires. That's the reason that he's passing Darrell in 2nd spot.
Bob, I left Ricky Rudd out. He's in 11th place. Derek Cope is 12th, so there are 12 cars on the lead lap.
Davey Allison continues to lead as he tries to lap Derek Cope. And now the 7th car of Alan Kowicki pulls alongside of Bill Elliott, and Alan Kowicki having a little bit of handling problem. Here's Petty also passing Bill Elliott. So we're nearing the halfway point. It's lap 216 out of 500 at Bristol International. Michael just got a lap back.
Mm-hmm.
Does that put him back on the lead lap?
No. No, he's still 2 laps down.
Okay.
Because he was about 2/3 of a lap down before he came in, and he lost 2 in the pits. Ernie Urban's picking up on her again.
Ooh, Michael. He and Jeff about spun coming off the second corner.
What are you doing?
Who?
That was Pam in my ear. Winston Cup racing on this Sunday afternoon on ESPN. The Food City 500. We're live at Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee for race number 6 in the Winston Cup season for 1992. Our Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is One Tough Motor Oil. By Suzuki and your Suzuki dealer. It has the ride you've been waiting for and the financing to get it. And by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Up front, it is still Davey Allison. Just ahead of Darrell Waltrip. Darrell now putting a threat. Tried to move to the inside of Davey in the 3rd and 4th turns, but Allison held him off.
He just couldn't get the traction coming off of that turn there, Bob, with those worn tires on it. He dove under there in the center of the turn, but just couldn't make it stick.
Got about 24 more laps to the halfway point.
See how high Darrell Waltrip goes up the next corner. A lot of cars are going up high now. The tires are getting worn, they're getting slick. The bottom groove is getting a lot of rubber, a lot of oil down there. It's getting slick. They're moving up the racetrack trying to find better traction. So Darrell Waltrip might have been the first guy to find that better way around the racetrack up high. But every time they want to pass someone, they come back down the bottom of the racetrack.
They do. It's interesting how it works. They don't feel comfortable staying up there for a long period of time, do they? They'd rather have the cushion of that car between them and the wall. Pass on the inside.
Allison and Waltrip now moving up on Chad Little. Chad a little sideways, coming off 2. It's Cale Yarborough's car. Phillips 66 in-car camera.
Darrell looks on the inside again of Davey.
But the 16 car was down there. He had to back off. That's Wally Dallenbach Jr. It's car number 16. Here he comes again. I think Darrell's car is a little bit faster now, but it just hasn't found the space. This might be it.
Yep, he's got him this time. Waltrip goes to the front. Darrell will lead this lap.
I think Ned's right. I think he is a little bit quicker right now than Allison. I think he'll start moving away.
Ernie Urban is making an unscheduled pit stop.
Well, it might be a scheduled stop. He was running in 8th place, Bob, and I think we'll see others coming in here before too long now.
Yeah, they'll wait as long as they can on a caution, but Ernie Urban has decided the time has come for him to make a stop on lap 231. Now, we're only 19 away from the halfway point, so that could play a factor in on at least Allison and Waltrip coming in for their stops.
Yeah, that $10,000 looks awfully big out there.
Urban has a service completed on his Kodak Chevrolet, and away he goes.
And I think he went 2 laps down. I'll tell you, as fast as they go around here, it's almost impossible. Get slowed down, come into the pits, and even make a 2-tire change and get your speed back up without going a couple laps down.
Here's a Big A Auto Parts on-track interval, timing Allison and Alan Kulwicki, who was running back in 4th position. Laps 2:18 through 2:22. And look at how much Kulwicki cut into the interval. It was 4 seconds on lap 2:18, and by lap 222, Allen had reduced that interval to 2.5 seconds.
And now Kulwicki, there we see Darrell Waltrip, our leader, trying to get by Michael. There's Kulwicki, and his car seems to be slowing down there, or is it just he's caught up in traffic?
Yeah, he's caught up in traffic now. Very heavy traffic. That's Jeff Bodine he's trying to move around. Bodine moves to the inside, gives him some running room going into the turn. But I think his tires are, like most everybody's, they're really getting heated up and worn.
And Dr. Jerry Punch is in the Darrell Waltrip pit.
Well, you guys were commenting he thought Darrell was just biding his time. That's exactly what he was doing. Jeff Hammond radioed to him about 3 or 4 laps ago and said, hey, why don't we go get about 10,000 of Gillette's halfway dollars? And DW said, well, that's a good idea. So he just turned hard left, well, underneath Davey Allison, took the lead. So about 12 laps from now, he'll pick up 10 grand.
Yep, you're absolutely right. The halfway mark is approaching very rapidly, and Waltrip now with about a car length and a half lead over Davey Allison. Both he and Michael Waltrip, that yellow car, go high in turn number 4, but now Waltrip again cuts hard left and moves alongside of Michael Waltrip and puts a lap on him, another lap on him.
Drove right between on the outside of the inside of Michael, the outside of the car number 55 of Ted Musgrave. Good aggressive driving by Darrell.
Now 11 laps to go in the halfway point. We'll take a quick break and be back to see who wins the Gillette Halfway Challenge. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we need a thunderstorm. How long is this break? Okay. Next time we have a 2-minute job, let me know. I'm going to have to make a mad dash to the back of the booth. Oh, yeah, good idea. Shoot, I could walk downstairs and get a hot dog.
Bring me one. DW's tough.
Yeah, he's running good.
Yeah.
What was I wrong, Benny, on the 2 cars I mentioned, the 2 and 18? They're just
I just
tough time.
I just knew that too.
I'll take it. I'll give you $10 for it. Okay. The America's Cup coming up right after our coverage of the Fleet City 500 at Bristol International Raceway, and we are less than 4 laps from the halfway point at the moment. It is Darrell Waltrip leading this race. Next time around, he'll complete 247 circuits, and Sterling Marlin is back on the racetrack, running very slowly. He and Richard Petty were both involved in an early crash. Both have made it back out onto the racetrack, but I believe Richard is in the pits again. Anyway,
No, he's on the racetrack.
Okay, both Petty and Marlin that are back out.
And Bob, just as we came back on the air, we saw Darrell Waltrip go around Ricky Rudd. Rudd was running in the 5th position, so he is now 1 lap down. So there are 9 cars in the lead lap. And there are Darrell Waltrip, Davey Allison, Brett Bodine, Alan Kwiecki, the car number 42 of Kyle Petty, then Harry Gant, Terry Labonte, Ken Schrader, and Dale Jarrett are the 9 cars that are in the lead lap.
1 more lap to go to the halfway point. Here's Waltrip crossing the line, completing lap 249. Less than a half mile to go now, and he'll win $10,000. And one of you out there who have registered for the Gillette Halfway Challenge could win a new Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Here is Darrell Waltrip winning $10,000 in the Gillette Halfway Challenge. And we have a crash. Kyle Petty, Jeff Bodine,
Bill
Ted
Elliott.
Musgrave, and Bill Elliott all involved. That came right at the halfway point, but the Gillette Halfway Challenge was concluded, and Darrell Waltrip was leading at that point.
Ricky Rudd trying to get his lap back, but Bill Elliott pulled up in front of him. Rudd was up beside of Darrell Waltrip, but Bill didn't know he was back there and caused Ricky to not get his lap back.
Quite a bit of damage to that Elliott car.
Well, I tell you, this will be a break for a lot of them, Bob, because there were a lot of drivers that were slipping and sliding out there wanting to get in and get some fresh tires on those cars.
Considerable front end damage to the Budweiser 4, driven by Bill Elliott. It's our 7th caution period of the day. And here come those on the lead lap in for a much needed pit stop. Waltrip is in. Let's go to John Kernan.
Whoa, Darrell comes in just a little bit too close to pit wall. They're only going to be able to change the right side tires. They won't be able to get the jack under the left side. He's too close to the wall. As the jack man comes around, Jeff Hammond, he does get the jack under it. Davey Allison on the bottom of your screen. It will be a 4-tire change all the way around. They also made a stagger adjustment. Darrell had said that the car was a little bit loose, so they wanted to tighten it up. Davey is finished. He is out. It cost him some time here that Jeff Hammond had to go in at an angle to get the jack underneath Darrell's left side.
Waltrip pulls out, but Davey Allison is the first off pit road, then Brett Bodine. And let's go to Jerry Punch.
And Davey Allison came down pit road, and when he hit the brake pedal, the car slid almost all the way against the pit wall. The crew had to dash back out of the way. There was maybe 6 inches between the left side tires and the pit wall. They couldn't change left side tires. They can only change the right side tires. So we'll look and see if the Haviland crew will bring Davey back down to change those left side tires. The car just simply slipping over against the pit wall and didn't contact anything. But here Davey Allison will indeed come back down pit road. And it looked like he was coming in at normal speed, but when he hit the brakes, they locked up and the car just slid sideways. Fortunately, no one was injured, but now it's very crowded down here as the Valvoline car behind him being pitted, and of course the Rebecca car Hutchinson in front. Now left side tires coming off the Davey Allison Ford Thunderbird. Left front on, Joey Knuckles getting the left front on, the left rear is on, they fuel the car. Davey will try to get by his control the car down pit road as he, Ricky Rudd, and the Kodak car, Bernie Urban, head back to turn 1.
All right, while we're under caution, we have a special look at a very special young man. Now, the owner of this racetrack is Larry Carrier, and what a magnificent job he and his staff have done of creating this tremendous sports complex here in the hills of Tennessee. And you would think maybe his son would be interested in carrying on the tradition here, but instead he has a much different objective in life.
Short track racing, the ultimate contact sport. Just surviving these bull rings is considered a success. No matter where you finish, you'll always take a beating. It's like strapping on the gloves and going 12 rounds in a championship fight. And without question, Larry Carrier's Bristol International Raceway, considered a top-ranked heavyweight among short tracks, has a reputation for turning out some very serious sluggers.
Well, it's a bruiser. There's no question about it. They're going to run side by side. They're going to run fast and furious, and it's going to be, everybody knows it. When they come to Bristol, they're going to see it all.
Seemingly without warning, this facility has produced some 1-2 combinations that have staggered some of the best. When chasing your dreams on this stairway to success, physical conditioning is crucial to one's survival. Less than 200 yards beyond turn 4, one of those dreams is being forged inside the Bristol Sports Complex. One would think that the heir to this multi-million-dollar motorsports facility would get his training on fax machines and teleconferences. But young Mark Carrier has a dream that requires a different type of conditioning. This 21-year-old is a pugilist, a boxer.
Yeah.
Mark, what I don't understand is this whole motorsports empire is yours for the asking. Yet it's dawn, it's cold, and you're out here punishing yourself. Why?
Well, a long time ago back, you know, when I was 4 years old, my father used to get down on his knees. And he put on a pair of boxing gloves, and we just kind of spar. And I've never, you know, I've never been tall enough to play basketball or fast enough for football. And there was a lot of amateur boxing gyms at the time. And I went out, tried out, and made the team. So, you know, I thought I'd go ahead and in the sport, and so far it's worked out great.
He told me he wanted to do something that depended on him. He wanted to play his own game. And of course I suggested golf and tennis, and he said no, he wanted to try boxing. So I took him to the project over at Kingsport where they had a setup for sports, and he started there.
Okay, Mark, I think you've had enough.
Okay, that was a good run.
Oh, it's beautiful here in the mountains early in the morning. Did you ever realize that your dream as a young boy would get this far?
Well, back in 1982, I won the Junior Olympics when I was 11 years old at 95 pounds. And I had to, you know, I was on top of the world at that time. And here I am fixing to find on ESPN, a national network, stepping up in competition. And, you know, I have to pinch myself and find out that really it's happening. I've been looking forward for this for a lot of years, you know, with all the opponents, all the workout, you know, and training. And here it's finally happening. It's great.
Well, I could see it all along. He looks at it as, he don't look at it with hate to fight. He looks at it that it's a knowledge and it's a technique. And he's so far, he's been able to come up with the right answers because his record proves it.
Mark, you're approaching the biggest fight of your career. If you win, what's next?
Well, you know, if I win, it's going to help me a tremendous amount. I'm going to, you know, fight better opposition. Hope to get on ESPN some more. Maybe get on one of the big pay-per-view fights. You know, and then maybe get a national ranking this year, maybe next.
You hate to think about it, but what happens if you lose?
Well, you know, that's right. I do hate to think about it, but you know, it's like a great philosopher said one time. I guess here at this track, you gotta lose a championship before you can win a championship. And I think his name was Darrell Waltrip. I'm sure you know him.
Right.
And you know, I can learn from a loss. Got you know, a lot of things to learn, and I think everything will be great.
Gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Start your engine.
Here's a guy that, very frankly, to me, looks nervous out.
Nervous? Yeah, somewhat.
Of course, when you start boxing at 16, almost anything can happen at that point. You're obviously learning as you go, even though you did it.
Oh, left hand whack, and down he goes. I mean.
Oh, this one will be over, I'm confident.
Ray! The winner by TKO, that's KO number 22, win number 27 for Mark the Shark Carrier.
Young man with a bright future, not in racing, but in boxing. Watch for him on ESPN. And there's the facility here at Bristol International Raceway. And we are still under caution. During the caution, the 28 car was penalized a lap and now finds himself around, what, 20? Well, he's down in the standing. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, he had come back in. Remember, I told you the car slid through the pits. He slid through some brake fluid that had leaked out when they were trying to work on the pit above him. On the car number 6, that was a Mark Martin. And Larry McReynolds has talked to NASCAR. He has tried to plead his case. He said, look, guys, we came back in to change left side tires. The 6 car was sitting half in and half out. We couldn't get in our box, so we went ahead and changed tires anyway. And Larry McReynolds absolutely irate, saying, I know what the rules are. I know you get penalized a lap for pitting out of the box, but we couldn't get in here. The Robestas car was in front of us. The Valvoline car was behind us. He was waving up toward NASCAR, saying we need to be understanding about this, but the penalty stands, and now Davey Allison is 1 lap down.
And I finally found him on the score sheet here. He is in 11th position, 1 lap down to the leaders. We'll be right back with more. I wonder that myself.
Well, what's happening, that just the rough edges is coming off of the track. They hadn't run enough on it, and it's throwing it's not really gravel, it's just the loose part of asphalt that's coming off of there. Yeah.
I don't have any information.
The drivers are complaining that there are little stones, little gravels up in the high groove that are cutting tires. And when they go up to the real high groove to pass someone on the outside, they're getting a cut tire. That's what some of these guys say are happening to their tires. In the middle groove or on the inside, they're fine. But if they have to go up high to miss someone or a spin, there's little gravel. So that's why they're going to blow it off a little bit to try to keep some of that gravel away from these tires. And remember, once again, they're bias ply, so they're pretty easy to be cut.
Well, there's a considerable amount of work being done on the racetrack. You can see some sweepers and some blowers here in the 4th turn as they try to sweep some of the...
We were busy here trying
Well,
to
I'm trying to find the frequencies of this radio, and I cannot do it.
It was here yesterday.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay. Back at Bristol International Raceway, still under caution at lap 262, and this is an extended caution period. They have brought some sweepers and some blowers out onto the racetrack. They're currently down in turn number 4, and there is a considerable amount of tire buildup, and they're sweeping it off, and we should be able to go back to racing before too long. Jerry?
That's exactly what's happened, Bob, is a number of drivers have complained that the middle of the track and the bottom are okay, but up very, very high to the wall, there are some loose gravel, some small little stones that are cutting the tires. We've already seen 3 or 4 different people make pit stops. Earnhardt has lost time in the pits, as has Rusty Wallace, Hut Strickland, and others for cut right side tires. When you go up very high to sweep around a car, miss an accident, or possibly pass someone, you're cutting a tire. So now they have allowed this caution flag to go a little bit longer than normal to try to make a safer racetrack. That's why we see the blowers that they're trying to blow some of that gravel up and away.
Look at Bill Elliott, fellow who's won 4 in a row, sitting on pit road with no front on his car, working on his car several laps down.
Well, of course, safety is the key word in NASCAR racing and, in fact, in all kinds of racing. Organizations trying to make racing the safest it can possibly be. Here's a track fact. Track facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
Who can forget Sterling Marlin's fiery crash of a year ago? Within seconds, his Ford Thunderbird had slammed the outside retaining wall, rupturing the rear fuel cell and becoming a rolling inferno. As a result of that crash, NASCAR mandated some changes. Take a look beneath the rear trunk here on Richard Petty's STP Pontiac. The blue box is the fuel cell. On top of the fuel cell, every Winston Cup team now must mount this red bottle filled with dry chemical. This fire extinguisher has a thermostat here which will sense temperatures up to 240 degrees before releasing this valve to spray dry chemical throughout the rear compartment of the car, thereby minimizing the chance of a significant fire and injury to the driver, as occurred here 1 year ago.
So safety always in mind here at Bristol International Raceway and on every track that the Winston Cup NASCAR circuit competes on. Well, while we remain under caution, we will take another break and be back with Brett Bodine leading the Food City 500. I think you're right. Boy, there is a lot of that.
Do we have a replay on the?
I said Kyle Petty just got, I guess he got in that high stuff and loose stuff and got into the wall and started. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
That was the original cause of the yellow, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah. And somebody behind tried to stop, to slow down because of the crash and got run over.
Yep. All right.
Brett Bodine's the leader.
Yep, sure is.
Darrell had to come back in. Change left.
Back at Bristol and many, many laps ago, this was the reason that the caution came out. Kyle Petty getting up into the wall in the backstretch, and then several cars crashing and spinning behind him. Since that time, they have cleaned off the racetrack, and we are now set to go back to racing as you take a look at another Autolite field summary. You can see only 7 cars are on the lead lap, with Earnhardt, Trickle, and Cope all a lap down. Strickland, Michael Waltrip, and Irvin are 2 laps down. And then back through the field, Morgan Shepherd. Rusty Wallace is 5 laps down, the defending champion of this event, as he's made a couple of unscheduled pit stops. And look at Bill Elliott, who is 13 laps down, and it appears as if will not make it 5 in a row. The last time that drivers have won 5 races in a row was Bobby Allison and Richard Petty back in 1971. Think that's a safe bet, Benny?
I'll go out on a limb and say Bill Elliott will not win 5 in a row.
There you go. You heard him state it right here. Now,
here's Earnhardt trying to get a lap back on the Brett Bodine car.
And he did. Darrell Waltrip complaining of a vibration, right, John?
That's right. He went out in second place after his first pit stop under that caution, but they had to bring it back in. They checked the right front brake rotor. They thought they might have broken it. When Darrell was coming to the pits and hit the brakes, he'd feel a bad vibration. But after they went back out and rode around, he tested the brakes under caution. He says they are now okay.
All right, we'll watch him move through the pack. Meanwhile, Bill Elliott is on pit road again. Apparently some body work rubbing against a tire.
As we said, Davey Allison back there trying to get around Dale Jarrett. We watch the Budweiser Ford in the pits of Bill Elliott, and Davey was penalized a lap, so he has a lot of making up to do.
Brett Bodine, the Quaker State Ford owned by Kenny Bernstein, who's drag racing this weekend, is leading this race. Then there are a couple of lap cars before we get back to Harry Gant, who is running in second.
Earnhardt now is back in the lead lap. He lost 2 laps on an unscheduled pit stop and is currently in 8th position.
Elliott rolls back out onto the racetrack while we watch the action on the track.
Brett Bodine, the leader, surrounded by cars laps down. So
looking for his second Winston Cup race. He won at North Wilkesboro a couple of years ago.
here's the second place car, Harry Gant, and also the third place car of Alan Kowicki.
Good run for Gant again. Started 12th, was 9th at the end of 30 laps, 8th at the end of 100, moved up to 5th at the end
Something
of 180.
happened to Harry.
And just as we talk about how well he's doing, something happens, and Gant comes off the accelerator. Thought he was going to come in for a pit stop, but didn't. He stays out there, but everybody's passing him.
It's like he lost a cylinder or something.
Yeah, it's something pretty serious there. Even one cylinder wouldn't have slowed him that much.
There's no smoke, no indication, no anything. The car just quit.
Well, he's going in the back pits, and he's pitting on the front pits. John Kernan, what do you know about this?
Harry's just radioed in and told Andy Petrie and the crew that the rear end broke. So Andy is now headed over that way. He's saying that Harry pulled into the back pits. Well, the crew is scrambling around. It kind of took him by surprise. You saw it before Andy found out about it. I asked Andy what happened. He said nothing. And then all of a sudden, this look of dismay came upon his face. He was not a very happy camper. They are talking things over right now.
Well, he rolled through the back pits, didn't stop, and now comes down the front straightaway and has not stopped yet. We assume he'll pull behind the wall down at the end of pit road. There it is.
Where he's going is to his truck. He's going down to his truck where the parts are to fix the car.
Yep, they were positioned sort of between turns 1 and 2 with their truck, and that's exactly where he's headed.
There he's pulling in behind the truck. I saw some of the crew scrambling. They're on the back of the truck, getting the parts ready to fix the car.
Elliott in the pits. He's second in Winston Cup points. Harry Gant has just gone to the truck. He is in third position in the Winston Cup points, and there goes Bill out.
And Davey Allison just blew going into turn 3, took Ernie Irvin and Darrell Waltrip. Darrell might have escaped maybe with not too much damage to his Chevrolet.
Boy.
There's pretty heavy damage to Darrell's car.
Yep, sure is.
Davies. Ernie Irvin.
Oh, then Morgan Shepherd spins in the oil over there. There's still oil there.
Yeah, there's a lot of oil going into that turn. As Davey went into turn 3, you could see the big puff of smoke come out of it, and he slid into the wall. Darrell was right behind him, and he got in the oil and slid into the wall. Ernie Irvin was there. He slid into it. You can see the oil. You can see the oil there on the racetrack. Boy, there's a lot of it.
Boy. So Davey Allison, Darrell Waltrip, Ernie Irvin, all involved in this crash. Morgan Shepherd spun. And there is the oil trail extending way back into the beginning of turn 3.
That's going in the corner. Yeah, that's where Morgan spun, and all the cars behind Davey Allison got into the oil going in the corner. There we see the 17 car coming through.
The 4 car going around with some damage to the left rear. Kenny Schrader spinning.
Yeah, I don't think he hit anything.
Meanwhile, the wreck looks like it's over, right?
Watch Morgan Shepherd come into the oil. Whoa!
He just caught that right rear, and he tried to stop also to keep from running into the 26 car. And Kawicki just barely gets through it.
And Dale Earnhardt, this is the break he needed. He was running right in front of Brett Bodine.
Yep.
And, of course, came back to the start-finish line. He's in the lead lap.
So this is going to shuffle the standings here as we're 283 laps into this 500 lapper at Bristol.
Only shuffle the standings. How about the points? Or was
You
that what
better
you were
believe
talking
it.
about, the points?
Yeah, and look who once again is running up front. Terry Labonte.
Yep, he's been there every race.
He sure has.
Yes, sir.
Yep, good, good. Well,
yeah, all the point. I mean, Harry's out, Bill's out. I mean, not out, but Frog.
Tend to be good.
Morgan's down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going behind the wall. Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, Dr. Jerry Punch back at Bristol, where Darrell Waltrip has taken the 17 Western Auto Chevrolet behind the wall.
You see, you can't see a lot of damage to the car, but what happened, he went up and slapped the wall with the right side of the car. We can see the left rear tire sticking out about 5 or 6 inches past the sheet metal. He just knocked everything over towards the center of the car.
And here is the accident that he was involved in. Started when Davey Allison blew an engine. Waltrip hitting the wall, Ernie Irvin spinning, so is Ken Schrader, and then behind all this, Morgan Shepherd came through and hit the oil, and now he takes a spin. Doesn't hit anything, but Morgan did do a spin there in turn number 4. Now, all of this has affected the standings of this race, and moreover, look at the Winston Cup point standings, and look at the guys that have been successful and had trouble here. Davey Allison has had trouble, Bill Elliott has had trouble, Harry Gant has had trouble, Terry Labonte has not. As a matter of fact, he is 3rd at the moment. Morgan Shepherd, you just saw having trouble also. Let's take a look at the second 10. And we talked about guys that are trying to turn their seasons around. Now, Dale Earnhardt is back on the lead lap. Watch out.
Yep, watch out. There are 6 cars on the lead lap, and Jerry Punch is with Harry Gant.
Well, Harry does manage to climb out of the car and have somewhat of a smile. Harry, you had a good run going, and then suddenly the car just slowed down. What happened?
Yeah, the oil pump belt broke, and a lot of rubber built up on the hood. I didn't catch it. Of course, you can only run a couple laps, and I guess maybe when I took off, it must have slung it off, and I felt something seizing up when I switched it off, and then it's knocked the bearings out of it, though. But it was running good. The Skoll team done a good job getting us in and out of the pits, and the tire wear was super. We were kind of just laying in there, to wait for the last 100 laps. Sure hate it happened, but, we had a good run going.
Well, here's what's left of that oil pump belt. The crew just handed it to me. That's what's left of Harry Gant's day at Bristol. Let's go over and check in with John Curtin in the Davey Allison pit.
Jerry, I've caught up with Larry McReynolds, and Davey hit the wall pretty hard, Larry, taking him to the infield care center, I understand.
Yeah, he did walk to the ambulance, John, but he's complaining about his ribs hurting him, and, really couldn't talk to him enough to see what happened. We may have lost an engine. We may have just got in a wreck, I think the bottom line behind this is if we didn't blow an engine, we had no business back there where we was. NASCAR had no right to place us back there. They told us we could talk about it after the race, but a lot of good that does now.
It's Larry McReynolds, crew chief on Davey Allison's points leading team.
Both Allison and Waltrip are behind the wall as a result of that crash. We'll take another break and be back with more from Bristol International Raceway. Good.
4 cars behind the wall, too.
Yep. All right. Okay.
Darrell Waltrip's right. He just can't catch a break.
Mm-hmm.
Those two Fords that started on the front row are back up there in first and second.
Well, I hope you're ready for the opening of the Major League Baseball season. A triple header tomorrow here on ESPN. Here, the top 10 now at the end of 289 laps. It's Brett Bodine, Kulwicki, Labonte, Jarrett, and Schrader in the top 5. And then 6 through 10, Dale Earnhardt back on the lead lap. Trickle, Ricky Rudd, Hut Strickland, and Derek Cope. Now, right after our coverage of this event, more racing. This one of a little bit slower nature, but nevertheless no less exciting. The Defender and Challenger semifinals from San Diego coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time here on ESPN. And at midnight tonight, the Grand Prix of Brazil. Now, if you listened to Speed Week last night, and by the way, we're back at 7:30 on Saturday nights now, you'll know that Mansell is on the pole, but the McLarens have qualified their brand new cars and may be a threat to ending Nigel Mansell's winning streak. That's at midnight tonight. John Kernan is with Darrell Waltrip.
Bob Darrell sitting in his car, work continuing. As you said, the rear end had been pushed over. Darrell, caught up in something not of your doing. Things happen really quick here, don't they?
Yeah, you know, David blew up, and I got in oil and I couldn't get out. I just hit the wall and tore the car up real badly. But I just hope that everybody back home and everybody was watching, I was really enjoying myself. I was having a lot of fun. The car was just excellent. The crew was doing a great job. And all you Western Auto fans and all you DW fans, hang in there. We'll get it turned around. It ain't going real good right now, but we'll get it turned around. And I just praise the Lord I ain't hurt.
I tell you, it looked like the DW of old brought back some memories from some years ago of running here at Bristol.
Man, I'm physically in the best shape I've ever been in. I got a great race car. I got a great crew. We're just having terrible luck. Boy, if anybody knows how to turn luck around, please call me. I need it bad.
Darrell Waltrip still smiling after the incident today. Work continuing. They're pounding on the rear end guys down here. It looks like they'll still be a little while longer before they get him back out.
Yeah, when you hear the hammer, you realize it's not good.
Yeah, that's right. The louder the hammering, the more you know it's not a very good story. Brett Bodine leads this Food City 500. Alan Kulwicki is in second place. They're separated by Dick Trickle. Here comes Morgan Shepherd past Kulwicki.
Trying to get a lap back.
Of course, they would have fresh tires.
He's 13.
The leaders didn't pit this time.
Morgan's about 5 laps down.
He's made a couple of unscheduled pit stops under green.
Look at Dale Earnhardt coming back up through.
Just took over 5th place from Kenny Schrader. Dropped Schrader back to 6th. Only 6 cars are in the lead lap now. Dick Trickle, who is right behind Brett Bodine, is in 7th position. He is 1 lap down. The Snickers Ford. Trickle has had good runs in that car since he got in.
He's had great runs in Atlanta. Had an excellent chance to win the race. Yep, Bill Elliott, fuel mileage did everyone in.
Fuel mileage or tire mileage. Brett Bodine, there's Earnhardt trying to get around Derek Cope. Derek is 1 lap down in the 10th position.
Brett Bodine is pulling away from the others. Kulwicki is 2nd, then Terry Labonte running in 3rd spot, and Dale Jarrett is in 4th. I'll tell you what, we mentioned the teams and the drivers that have had trouble, but not so Terry Labonte. Again, The Billy Hagan team is really on this year. They come into this race 4th in the point standings. They have finished in the top 10 every single race this year.
Terry's a good heady driver. He's a good race driver and a good smart race driver as well. Keeps his car under control at most times and is a good finisher. And he also is very high on the crew that he has. He made some personnel changes during the winter. Pete Wright's back over there now, and Pete and Terry worked together earlier. And of course, they got Sunoco sponsorship locked in there that's been real good for them. So they just got a lot of things going. Running, he's running Oldsmobile here today, and he ran a Chevrolet at Daytona. Says he's going to run a Ford at Talladega. He sort of tongue-in-cheek the other day. He said, about time we get that Ford built. Said they'll change the rules and slow them down. But he sort of laughed and said, we'll still have them covered because we got a Chevrolet and an Oldsmobile.
Right now, Dale Jarrett is all over Labonte. Dale running 4th, and he's had a good race. Here's Labonte after 5 races in 1992. He is 4th. Compare that to last year after 5 races. Boy, a tremendous increase for Terry Labonte.
Those cars look awfully good going around the racetrack, not moving, just hanging right in there. Cars seem to be running a little bit higher on the racetrack than earlier in the race, Ned.
Yes, they have moved up just a little bit as Jarrett tried to get a nose under Labonte coming off of turn 2, but couldn't quite do it. He appears maybe right now he might be just a tad faster than Labonte, but he just can't get up there and make the pass.
196 laps to go. Another Autolite field summary showing Bodine, Brett in the lead, pulling away, as a matter of fact, from Alan Kulwicki. 6 cars on the lead lap. Rusty Wallace 5 laps down in 14th.
Now he's made some unscheduled pit stop. There, Jerry got the run he needed off of turn 2.
He goes to 3rd.
And Labonte backs off, lets him go.
Well, that's one of the things that's helped him, Benny. He realized that Dale might be a little bit faster right now. Labonte slipped a little bit, let him get under there, and so he's not going to take any chances of tearing his race car up. There's Earnhardt catching both of them.
Yep. Gary Gann is out of race, so is Dave Marcus and Sterling Marlin out very early with a crash involving himself and Richard Petty. Let's go to Jerry Punch with an update on Davey Allison.
Gentlemen, Davey Allison still in behind me inside the infield care center, lying on a table. He's been examined by the doctors. I've been in there and I talked with him. He's awake and alert, complaining primarily of some pain in his right ribs. Apparently, he blew the engine going down the backstretch and hit the wall a ton. He said he don't think he's ever hit that hard in his life. He's awake and alert. The doctors are trying to convince him to get some x-rays of those ribs, but Davey just wants to go home. It's been a long day already for him, but he's awake, alert, should be okay.
Current Winston Cup points leader being treated for some injuries in the infield care center. Dale Earnhardt is now past Terry Labonte. Earnhardt is 4th.
Took over that 4th spot, no problem.
At one time, he was 2 laps down. Hut Strickland spins coming off of turn 4. He got a little high. He's right in front of Dale Jarrett. He gets by. Hut keeps the car down on the inside. Caution is out again. Hut just got his right wheels up in that loose stuff. Benny, you mentioned a moment ago they just don't want to get up there too high, and they shouldn't because it cost Hut.
Strickland was running in 8th position. He's not going to lose a lap, but it will slow our race for the 9th time today.
Now, the leaders didn't pit the last time under the caution, fellas. I expect we'll see them come in this time.
Okay, let's see. The pace car pulls out. As he goes by, he will open pit road for these fellas to make their pit stops if they so desire. Here they come.
Now we'll see if Kulwicki will try another one of those gas and goes. John, will watch with you.
Paul Andrews and the crew waiting. Alan Kulwicki, he has radioed in and told them the tires feel pretty good, and they are not going to change tires. They're going to opt for track position. So the gas can goes in, and they are now filled, and Alan is away. Now down to Brett Lodine's pit and Jerry Punch.
And Brett Bodine has had right side tires already put on the car. The leader, the Quaker State Ford Thunderbird, Kenny Bernstein-owned car. They've cleaned the windshield, now put left side tires. Brett Bodine having qualified in the top 10 every bit this year, and Earnhardt are having trouble a little bit in front. Remember, his car was behind him, hitting the car in the box, and NASCAR taking a long, hard look. A little bit of trouble with the left rear on Brett Bodine, cost him about 4 or 5 seconds, but he is now down and away.
Cost him about 4 positions too,
Yeah,
Gary.
it did. Yeah.
He came in leading the race, and he's going to go out running about
fourth. Yeah,
fourth.
It's going to be Kulwicki, Earnhardt, Jarrett, then Brett, and Labonte. Back down to John.
Well, we're with Paul Anders, Allen's crew chief. Paul, the strategy there, I guess the tires are feeling pretty good to him, huh?
Yeah, the tires are good. You know, we've done this stop before. It's like 30 laps on the tires. We really don't want to change right now. We want to keep everything it is. We want to get back in front. We want to stay up front. We want to lead this thing and win this thing.
Now, you won a race here in a different car last year. Allen said he wasn't superstitious, so that's why he decided to bring a different car, the same car you ran at Darlington.
Yeah, you know, this is a good car. It's an older car. We've ran it before. And like you said, we ran it at Darlington. We feel good about it. That's why we decided to bring it here. It's basically the same car as what we won here with.
Well, that's the crew chief of the pole sitter, Alan Kulwicki, and kind of a cautious smile at this point in the race, gentlemen.
All right, let's take a look at how Dale Earnhardt's car is positioned as they work on the machine.
Well, he's drove the car in, and he could not get into his pit because the 26 car was there. So we see the right rear is over the yellow line.
And the 26 car of Brett Bodine is back on pit road.
I guess the right front is in properly,
Right.
and we understand from NASCAR that that is the key, that the right front is in the pits where it needs to go.
And here is Hut Strickland's spin from our speed shot.
See, it just gets very high, Bob. He got the right wheels up there in, we'll say, the loose stuff, and it just broke loose with him. No one around him. No, he was really running good and just spins around, doesn't hit anything.
Brett Bodine in again, and they're changing all 4 tires on that car again. We're set to go back to green in a few more laps. Jerry with that report. Okay. Oh. Man, that's...
Apparently Schrader didn't stop.
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay.
You didn't see him.
Gone back to green at Bristol International Raceway, where Ken Schrader is the leader of this race now, with Alan Kulwicki running in second spot, then Dale Earnhardt, and Brett Bodine has been black flagged for passing a car before crossing the start line.
When you go into turn 3, the cars have to be 2 abreast, and they can't be 3 abreast before the green flag. And he moved up on the outside of Dick Trickle, was not in fact 2 abreast. NASCAR black flagged for that.
And he just lost. There he is. You can see him going to the high side, passing Dick Trickle before the green comes out in turn 4.
He almost got into the wall.
Well, Brett was the leader not too long ago, but now finds himself a lap down because of 2 pit stops and the black flag. Ken Schrader is leading.
Didn't make a pit stop, Bob, on this caution. He was running about 5th, I think, or 6th, and came in. And, did not come in, so he stayed out there. Apparently felt good with the tires he has on. It looks like they're working okay for him.
Watching the leader from the roof cam on Mark Martin's car. John, why didn't Schrader come in for a pit stop that time?
Bob, I just talked to Richard Broom, the crew chief. He says, hey, we only had about 30, 35 laps on that set of tires. We've been getting good tire wear all day long. Car felt good to Kenny. They figured that there's going to be another caution before they run out of gas. So they decided to stay out there, pick up a little TV time maybe as they lead this race. Now let's go down pit road to Jerry Punch.
John, let's update you a little bit on our current Winston Cup point leader, Davey Allison. Davey thought he had blown an engine because that's what he knew. The car suddenly just got awfully slippery. Oil came out and he hit the wall. But in actuality, what happened, they broke an oil fitting. So the crew now, the Haviland crew, are trying to get the car repaired. They're not sure if Davey's going to be able to go because of that rib injury we talked about just a minute ago. So they may look for a backup driver. You know, Davey started the car, so they still get the points and get the car back in the race and maybe hang on or at least stay in the top 2 or 3 in the Winston Cup point standings.
Anything to hold on to those point standings and to gain as many as you possibly can. So we'll look for that 28 car to possibly return to the race with a relief driver in the next few minutes.
Looking out the back of Morgan Shepard's car, who just passed Kenny Schrader, the leader. The white car is Schrader. He's the leader.
Alan Kulwicki right on his bumper now. Now, way out in front of this 25 car is Ricky Rudd. He has gotten back in the lead lap. He is the 6th place car now. There were only 5 cars in the lead lap, but now Ricky Rudd has gotten back in the lead lap. Schrader not running as fast as some of the leaders before. You can see Alan Kulwicki really working on him.
The 6 cars that are in the lead lap: Schrader, Kulwicki, Earnhardt, Jarrett, Labonte, and now Rudd.
Big Mass coming back in after spending a lot of time in the pits in the Skoll Classic car.
So Morgan Shepard passed Ricky Rudd. He mentioned just a moment ago, Rudd is back in the lead lap.
And Alan Kulwicki is right there on the rear bumper of the 25 car of Ken Schrader. And remember, Kulwicki did not change tires this time. Once again, using the gas and go method.
And of course, Ken Schrader didn't change cars because he didn't make a pit stop. Now, might be smart on Schrader's part. In fact, he is picking up some TV time, and you got the 5 bonus points for leading. And every one of them's going to have to make another pit stop, guys. They can't go the rest of the way, so I guess they figured that out. So why not run up here while we got to stop again anyway for gas?
169 laps to go.
And Schrader keeping that car right on the bottom of the racetrack, not slipping up. Kulwicki goes by. He's probably going to have to do it on the outside unless he can get a good run off the corner and get a position on the inside of Schrader down the straightaway.
Here's Earnhardt trying to come on the inside of Hut Strickland. Hut, of course, is running in 7th place. He is 1 lap down.
There, Kulwicki's on the inside of Schrader. Got position. Can he maintain?
Into turn number 3.
Yeah, he
does. Yeah. Alan Kulwicki goes back into the lead again. He was our pole sitter, and if he should win this race, he'll pick up the Unocal bonus money worth $22,800.
Michael Waltrip in the 30 car, 2 laps down to the leader.
And here comes Earnhardt now taking 2nd place from Schrader. Don't count Dale out by any means.
I think Schrader's tires they're pretty hot right now, and not pitting, even though they've been on there maybe 30 laps. That's enough to get those tires really heated up, and they just don't adhere to the track as well.
Gary takes over that 3rd spot from Schrader. Meanwhile, Brett Bodine, the Wayne State Ford, who was penalized a stop-and-go penalty, which means he lost a lap.
He's in 8th position now. He's coming up on Dale Jarrett there, and the car number 12, Hut Strickland, who is running 7th. He's a lap down. Brett would like to get up there and pass Alan Kulwicki and get back in the lead lap. Is what he really wants to do. Now Alan Kulwicki is putting a lap on Ricky Rudd. I mentioned a moment ago that he had gotten back in the lead lap. Now Rudd goes a lap down again.
So just 5 cars now on the lead lap.
Dale Jarrett and Hut Strickland get together a little bit going into turn 1, and Hut slides high. Jarrett goes under.
Alan Kulwicki, the Greenfield, Wisconsin driver of the Hooters Ford, is leading this Food City 500 here at Bristol. We'll be back with more right after this.
Once we get back, I need to say Richter drew a map and held up to the window there that said the reason that the 28 car was penalized was 2 tires was over the yellow line. The way that Earnhardt was in there was okay.
Do we have a picture of Davey in the pits at that time? Oh. Okay.
Okay. All right. Do you have the verbiage on that? Okay. All right. All right. Very good. Thank you. Barbary. Okay.
Yeah. That's where Rusty Walsh has got a Pontiac store.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Have you got the air conditioner on back there? It's a little warm, huh? Doesn't work?
We had the heater on not long ago.
I mean, pretty now the sun coming in is getting hot in here.
Yeah. Now Jarrett's closing in on Earnhardt. They've made a lot of adjustments on that car today, and it's in pretty good shape now.
Yeah, he may take over second here in a bit.
All right. Okay. All right. 345 out of 500 laps in the Food City 500 completed here at Bristol. The leader of the race is Alan Kowicki. Car number 7, the Hooters Ford. Second is Earnhardt, and third is Dale Jarrett. Well, here's Jerry Punch with Davey Allison.
Davey has walked out of the infield care center. First of all, Davey, how do you feel?
Well, I'm a little bit sore right now, but everything's okay. Took a pretty good shot up there. I don't know what happened. I turned down in the corner, and all of a sudden the car took off toward the wall. And I took a pretty good shot up there as I was coming back across. It kind of knocked the breath out of me, but everything's okay now. I can breathe fine. A little bit sore on the right shoulder blade, but we're going to go back to Birmingham, get it x-rayed, and see what's going on.
I understand they're working to try to get the car back in the race. I know you're not going to be a candidate to get back in it, but maybe someone could save some points for you.
Well, I'm a little bit too sore to get back in it right now, but maybe we can get Harry Gant or somebody else that's out of the race. If Harry Gant's out of the race, I think he was, but I don't know.
Davey Allison's going to head back to Birmingham and go straight to the x-ray department where he just told me a minute ago and get those right side ribs x-rayed.
Wouldn't that be something if Harry Gant got in Davey Allison's car to get him some points?
Yeah.
Because he
pull away from him.
To pull away from him.
Our Western Auto race recap. Alan Kowicki led 161 of the first 340 laps. 9 cautions, total of 71 laps. 5 cars on the lead lap. We've had 6 leaders and 9 lead changes at an average speed of 79.5 miles an hour. Among those who have led, Kowicki, the current leader, also Dale Earnhardt, Allison, Darrell Waltrip, Brett Bodine, and Ken Schrader until just a few laps ago. And cars that are officially out of the race include Marcus, Sterling Marlin involved in an early crash, Harry Gant, and as you just heard, Davey Allison. The Western Auto Mechanic of the Year standings finds Tim Brewer from Bill Elliott's team on top, followed by Larry McReynolds, Andy Petrie, Steve Meal, and Kirk Shelmerdine from Dale Earnhardt's crew.
You know, if Brewer wasn't leading that, we'd have to have a recount. I mean, 4 in a row.
But it's going to end. Bill Elliott isn't going to win today, having had all kinds of problems. They're looking at the number 10 car, Derek Cope, for maybe dragging something, maybe a tailpipe or something.
Don't see anything.
Don't see it right now.
He's running in 10th position, 1 lap down.
He's had a pretty good day. 31st position is where he started from, so Derek is indeed having a good day. And of course, Barry Dotson is the crew chief on that machine now. Another field summary for you as you look for your favorite driver. This one's sponsored by Fram. Look for your favorite driver, where he is running.
There's our leader, Kowicki.
You will notice that there are only 5 cars on the lead lap. Rudd, Brett Bodine, Strickland, Trickle, and Cope all a lap down, 6 through 10.
I don't know if Kowicki's just taking it easy or what, but he's not running as fast as he was earlier in the race. Michael Waltrip, early in the race, Kowicki would have driven away from him, but now Michael Waltrip's right behind him.
Could be because he didn't put on new tires that last caution, didn't he? He's still running good.
Yeah,
he's running good enough to lead the race. Earnhardt might be gaining just a little bit on him right now, but no threat yet to
maintaining a comfortable advantage.
Saw Kyle Petty's name on there. Kyle is back out on the track in the yellow Pontiac. He had spent a lot of time after that crash we saw earlier.
Bernie Irvin is also back out. He went behind the wall after that incident with Darrell Waltrip and Davey Allison.
We talked about the 10 car just a moment ago. NASCAR did black flag him, or he just went in on his own. He did go in the pits, spend a lap or so in the pits, and he's back now on the racetrack.
So Alan Kulwicki looking for his first victory of 1992. Now right behind him is the number 9 car. That's being driven by Dave Mater III. That's the Melling car, which carries Food City sponsorship for this race.
If we go back, we'll see Dale Earnhardt, the 3 car, currently running second, that GM Goodrich Chevrolet. And the next car behind is Bill Elliott. And there goes the Jarrett boy, Ned.
Yep, Dale still running in third, trying to get around Elliott. Right behind him is Brett Bodine. Brett a lap down. And so is the car right behind him, who is Ricky Rudd.
Then right behind him is Hut Strickland in the Ray Bestis car.
I'm sorry, Bob, all of those 3 cars, Brett Bodine, Hut Strickland, and Ricky Rudd, are all racing for position.
There's Wally Dallenbach in the number 16 car, the Keystone Ford.
That's out of Jack Roush stable. There's Schrader, the Kodiak Chevrolet. He's currently running 4th. The Snickers Ford of Dick Trickle. Next car on the racetrack, and right behind him is Terry Labonte in the Sunoco Oldsmobile. He is currently 5th. And Kyle Petty, who was involved in one of the accidents earlier on, is back on the racetrack, trying to get all the points he can.
And Mark Martin, who has had a lot of problems today in the Valvoline Ford, as we look at the group cam, as he goes down the back stretch, no one in front of him, not too close at least.
And right behind him is a 66 car. We're looking from inside Chad Little's Croft Arctic automobile.
There's Chad, and right behind him, now trying to pass him, is Jeff Bodine in car number 15. Jeff is being shown in 10th position, 2 laps down to the leaders.
And there's Derek Cope that I talked about just a moment ago. The pits. Whatever was dragging, they jerked it off. There's Bobby Hamilton. He was also involved in the crash with Kyle Petty. No, Ricky Rudd was in that wreck with Bobby Hamilton. The Country Time Lemonade car.
And the Country Time in-car camera also.
They took the lemon off of that car this week.
Oh, that they used to have a lemon on the hood of the car.
Yeah, they took that off. They said they had a
little bad
sophomore
luck,
jinx. He was Rookie of the Year last year, and boy, they have had some tough breaks this year.
Here's Greg Sachs in the Kellogg's car, number 41.
Morgan Shepherd, the Sitco Ford. We also have an in-car as he drives up underneath. Greg Sachs tries to get by, can't make it.
He's 12th.
And then Ted Musgrave. There goes Morgan on the inside. Ted Musgrave, the white Jasper engine Pontiac. The next car.
A little bit of damage on the front end of that car, on the right front. We've already talked about the 66 car of Chad Little. And lo and behold, that makes us back around to the leader again. Alan Kulwicki. We talked about, I believe we talked about everybody that's still out there on the racetrack.
And there comes a 3 car.
And the 4 cars in the pits.
And so is Michael Waltrip right in front of the 4 car. If we see the 4 car go out, we'll see Michael Waltrip's Pennzoil Pontiac, and they have the hood up on that car.
That's not a good sign. I mean, a race car, they can be in the pits, but when the hood goes up, it's a bad sign.
Here's somebody we didn't talk about when we were doing our pan backs. That's Richard Petty, of course. Car number 43, who was involved in a very early crash with Sterling Marlin. Overheating, apparently, the problem on Michael Waltrip's car. A lot of steam coming from the radiator of that machine. And there's the other one that we did not talk about, but we will now. That's Brad Teague driving the Jimmy Means car number 52. He is still out there on the racetrack and is shown in 22nd position. Brad Teague, car number 52. A little more than 100 laps to go in the Food City 500. Sterling is driving for
Dale might have a flat tire. Really slowing down. Looks like it's going up in the turn.
Benny?
I said that.
Yeah, off the air. Welcome back to Bristol International Raceway. I'm Bob Jenkins, along with Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch, as 377 of the 500 laps have been completed, with Alan Kulwicki running up front. Second is Dale Earnhardt in the good red Chevrolet car number 3. Davey Allison's car is still being worked on, and there has been speculation as to who might step into this car if they could get it back out on the racetrack. Jerry, who might it be?
Well, they've been looking around. You know, they thought about, Davey mentioned Harry Gant, but you know, the General Motors Ford situation, I don't think that would really work that well. They were looking for a Ford driver. They have been looking for Sterling Marlin, and just a minute ago they found him. Sterling is willing to help out, but you got to make sure that it's okay with Junior Johnson, because if Sterling helps Davey, Davey would probably maintain that point lead. And the fellow who's running second in the points right now is Bill Elliott, of course, who drives for Sterling's boss, Junior Johnson. So they're going to clear with Junior before he gets in the car and goes back out.
Well, there's a lot to think about, isn't there, when you're looking for a release?
There is it used to be real simple. You know, I got to tell you, we talked about the pit stop. We saw Earnhardt with his right rear sticking over the yellow line a little bit ago. Les Richter drew me a map a little bit ago, and held up the window. He said it's okay if the driver goes in on that angle. The problem is he can't have both tires over that yellow line. You can't try to drive the car back out and have both right side tires over that yellow line. And that's what he's saying that Davey Allison did on the 28 car, that he had both tires over that yellow line.
All right.
And Kulwicki is slowing. I mean, this 9 car, he passed him about 15 laps ago. That's Dave Mater in the Food City car. And he just can't get away from him. And Earnhardt is closing in.
Dale is now within about a half a straightaway, or 3 seconds of Alan Kulwicki. Even less than that now as Earnhardt continues to close in.
Now, Kulwicki has about 71, 72 laps on those tires that he has on. Now, Earnhardt, meanwhile, only has, well, that's how many laps Earnhardt has on his. Kulwicki didn't change tires the last time he came in. So he has a lot more laps than that.
Let's check the interval between the two. Kulwicki in the lead and Earnhardt in second. Start and stop. Just a little over a second now. 1.1. And Allen has radioed his crew that the car is loose. We'll do it again.
And this time Kulwicki's going to be caught in some heavy traffic, so Earnhardt is going to close up. He's going to probably gain a half second on this lap. Let's see. Boom, boom. 0.2 of a second. Kulwicki's got 100 laps on these tires. They're getting worn. The car's starting to slip.
Yep, Earnhardt only has about 72 or 73 on his.
Checking the interval once again. Just about a second. It was 1.1, then it was 0.9. Now it's back to 1 second. So the interval is being maintained for the most part by Alan Kulwicki, but a lot has to do with traffic out there on the racetrack.
The traffic can make a lot of difference in your lap speed. You have to back off for just a fraction of a second, or it can cost you a fraction of a second.
112 laps to go. Alan Kulwicki maintains the lead of the Food City 500. We'll be back with more in just a moment. How big is Morristown, Lenny? Is that a pretty big metropolis? So you think everybody in town is calling Roy Barbary and saying congratulations, or they're going to, huh? Okay. All right. I think we're doing very well. Seven car, yeah. Boy. not so sure I would use that yellow tape on the 68 car. It clashes terribly with the other color. I'd leave him in the pits if I were that crew.
Use red.
Yeah, red would be better. Many congratulations to Roy Barbry from Morristown, Tennessee, today's winner of the Gillette Halfway Challenge Sweepstakes. He correctly named the leader of the halfway point and won a Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Now, entries are being accepted for the next race. Call 1-900-436-7000. The call will cost you 95 cents, and you must be 18 years of age or older. Or you can send your name and telephone number to the Gillette Halfway Challenge, Post Office Box 1868, South Hackensack, New Jersey, zip code 07606. And I'll bet the 30,000 residents or so of Morristown, Tennessee, which is located about 75 miles west of here, are dialing up Roy right now and saying congratulations.
I would guess about 5,000 are here this afternoon watching this race in person.
They'll call him tonight.
Yeah. Roy is glad that he stayed home, entered the contest, and knew who was leading at the halfway point, because Chevrolet Lumina Z34 will be on his doorstep before too long. Now, another field summary for you as we keep you up to date at least every 15 minutes on who's running where. This is within the last lap. Ram field summary for you.
Those are the 5 cars in the lead lap.
See Brett Bodine. And Brett Bodine might be the fastest car on the racetrack. Right now, he's a lap down because of being black flag for passing on the caution flag. But
DW coming back out as we watch that third, 11th through 15th.
There he is, Darrell Waltrip, involved in a crash with Davey Allison and others, goes back out on the racetrack. Allison continues to sit in the pits, but could get back out with a relief driver. 112 laps down, but Darrell is back in it.
You see Richard Petty, he's on the racetrack 139 laps behind. These cars have called it a day. Wiki, once again, our leader.
Coming up to put another lap on Rusty Wallace.
Speaking of Morristown, Rusty Wallace has a Pontiac leadership in Morristown.
And car number 12 of Hud Strickland got in the wall coming off of turn 4. Same place he spun a little bit earlier, but no caution. He's still going around the track. Boy, there's a lot of drivers out there to say, hey, throw that caution, we need it.
Hud's slowing down now. I think he is going in the pits. He's slow.
And he's one that would like to have seen that caution.
Watch this as we replay it from our speed shot. Way up at the top of your frame. Watch carefully. Yeah, there he is. He's scraping along the wall between turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, he's back in the corner.
Jerry Punch is right there.
And a tough break for Hud Strickland after a great qualifying run in the Revestis Brake Chevrolet Lumina, the Bobby Allison old machine. And they have cut a tire down on the right side. They will change the right side tires, fuel it up. But obviously he's losing even more time to try to pull some of the sheet metal away from that right front tire, which may have been what cut the tire down.
So Hud moving back out with less than 100 laps to go now. 96. Make that 95 as Allen crosses the stripe. By the way, since you guys haven't mentioned it, congratulations to the Duke Blue Devils, who beat my Hoosiers last night, but that's where it goes.
Your Hoosiers put up a good battle.
Yeah, they did.
They sure did. It's a good game.
Let's see, there's an interval. Well, the clock didn't work that time, but it looks like that Kowicki might be gaining a little bit. Let's see if he can get by Bodine. He has a position on Jeff now.
Yeah, he's pulled away from Earnhardt a little bit. Earnhardt closed in, but I think he's pulled away. We'll see on this clock when we come by this time. Well, maybe we won't.
That time we didn't see the clock. 1.3. You didn't see it, but it was 1.3. So it is just a little bit more than it was.
The producer said he saw it, but I don't know if I would believe it.
He's the one that counts, though. There we go. Now watch. Boom. Boom. 1.3. Very nice.
Yes, he told us the truth after all. So he's opened it up a little bit. What, it was 9/10 just a moment ago, so he's gained almost a half second in the last 10 laps or so.
We'll do it again.
Yep. So he's maintaining, stayed about the same. But Earnhardt has that traffic that Kawicki has been able to get by. Jeff go down, Rusty Wallace, there he goes. Now Earnhardt is going to have to go by that traffic, and he probably will lose about a half second as he does that. But Kawicki's starting to catch traffic. There's Martin directly in front of him.
Mark has not had a good day. He's 16th, about 9 laps down.
Kyle Petty, Wally Dallenbach.
Things are pretty much in a routine right now as nobody is making great movement either way. Alan Kulwicki is maintaining the lead by about 1.3 seconds over Dale Earnhardt, and he maintains an advantage over third place Dale Jarrett. We'll take a break and be back in just a moment.
What to get, you need to get a run off of turn 2. You need to be up high. I've watched several cars that they're getting that groove a little bit higher over there. You've got to be up there to get a good run.
He's coming in. At Bristol, and because of the baseball coverage that we will have tomorrow for you here on ESPN, a big triple hitter, our regular checkered flag program, which normally airs on Monday night this week only, will be at 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. That's ESPN's checkered flag series as we recap and take you behind the scenes of the Food City 500 here at Bristol. 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon.
We see him there. Also, Dale Earnhardt. It's going to get very interesting when these pit stops start there, don't you think?
Yes, it will.
Are they going to change 2 tires, 4 tires? What are they going to do?
Yeah, it'll be a guessing game. I think Kulwicki might have to change 4 because he has 30 laps more on his tires than does Earnhardt.
And it's just like the deal in Atlanta. But if Kulwicki stops, Earnhardt doesn't, the caution flag comes out, then Kulwicki, who's dominated the race, is a lap down, maybe 2 laps down.
Yeah.
We mentioned earlier that Harry Gant won yesterday's Busch Grand National race here that we were unable to televise because of bad weather. It rained all afternoon and didn't get finished till about 7 o'clock last night. You can see that race in its entirety this coming Wednesday at 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So set your tape recorders for the Budweiser 250 here at Bristol that was run yesterday. Now, also we'd like to remind you about the Formula One race coming up at midnight, Speed Week next Saturday night at 7:30, and Saturday Night Thunder, which was on at 12:30 a.m. last night, will be on its regular time of 9 o'clock next Saturday night.
Right now, we're just seeing these cars driving around the racetrack, Kulwicki and Earnhardt, but I'm telling you guys, on the way, there's got to be some decisions made here pretty soon.
Yep.
Let's go to John Kernan, who is in Kulwicki's pit.
Paul Andrews and the crew are planning on pitting in about 21 laps. Now, they won't let off if they're just going to go right sides or if they will just go a 4-tire change. If they opt to go right sides for a quicker stop, that means they would have 217 laps on the left. They have been seeing good tire wear, but that may be pushing it just a bit. Another thing, these guys know the importance of going up against the Top Gun crew of Dale Earnhardt, the former world champion pit crew. They've been down here loosening up, getting ready for probably the most important pit stop of their career. Ricky Rudd coming into the pits now.
Rudd, the first to come in of those running in the top 10. He is 7th, a lap down. They begin work on the right side of the Tide Chevrolet.
The 26 cars hit the wall up in the third corner. His right front tire went flat as he went in the corner.
No caution.
No caution flag, though. Other cars trying to get stopped.
Scramble to get by him, but they did. Brett is nursing the car down the backstretch as Ricky Rudd pulls out of the pits after having made his what appears to be final pit stop. There's Brett. He brings the Quaker State Ford in. And Jerry Punch will call this pit stop.
And what was a good day has turned into a pretty dismal afternoon for Brett Bodine as he brings the battered Quaker State Ford Thunderbird in. They will change tires. Some depression in the grill in the front. The grill has been cracked a little bit. The crew, Donnie Richardson and the rest of the crew, will change all 4 tires on the Kenny Bernstein-owned machine, losing valuable time here under the green flag with a little over 60 or making 69 laps to go here. This event, Brett Bodine getting 4 tires. They're pulling 6 out of the way to the right front, and he will be down and away. Look, they have trouble now with the right rear. 4 tires being lost. They couldn't get the tire to go back on. The air wrench wouldn't work. Now they got the air wrench working. The tires are on the way.
The 7th car is really struggling. Our leader, Alan Kowicki, is struggling. Rusty Wallace has passed him. Now Derek Cope has passed him. Meanwhile, here comes Richard Petty with his rolling wreck. He's going to go by.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt is struggling a little bit back there, too. Dale Jarrett has run up on him.
Dale Jarrett may have the best car on the racetrack right now because these guys are...
And Earnhardt's in the wall. Earnhardt hits the wall in turn 2. The car just shot right into the wall.
And the caution flag is out. A guessing game. They kept waiting and waiting for the other guy to stop, and it was Earnhardt that lost the tire.
Oh boy, things can change so quick here. But now he'll stay on the lead lap if he didn't do too much damage when he hit that wall. We'll see. And you can see there is some damage to the right front. Now, it depends on whether it knocked the thing out of line. Here it is as he comes off of turn 2, starts off of turn 2. The car just goes up into the wall.
I would be surprised he can drive that car very well. That looked like a pretty good lick to me.
Here comes Kulwicki, Jarrett, Schrader in the pits, and John Kernan is there.
It will be a 4-tire change now for Alan Kowicki. He's over the line. He's over the line. He has to back up right there. That would have been a severe penalty. Now that he's taken the time to back it up, NASCAR says that's okay. Go about your work. It will be a 4-tire change. They are not having to do it as Dale Earnhardt comes down pit road into his pit for service. Kowicki has right side tires on. That delayed him just a little bit. It may give a break to Dale Jarrett, who is off the jack and headed down pit road. Left side's going on Alan Kowicki. Dale Jarrett will take the lead. Now let's go down to Dale Earnhardt's pit and Jerry Punch.
This is the kind of luck that Dale Earnhardt has had all year long in 1992. They had just called him back to come into pits when suddenly they heard that explosion in turn 1. The crew and all of us looked to the left. We saw Earnhardt's car speed up on the track and come against the fender. The field now coming out of turn 4. They're going to have to hustle. He'll lose a lap. Kurt Shelburne trying to get that fender knocked away. And the NASCAR officials standing there, they have the go sign, nope, now the stop sign. So Dale Earnhardt will go 1 lap down, but he has already made up 2 laps today, and he will lose now another one in the pit by virtue of that damage to the right front.
And you could almost hear Dale Jarrett as he went out of the pit saying to himself, now take it easy, don't exceed the speed limit. I'm going to have the lead when the green comes out, and he will. And we're just a few more laps from the resumption of this race. Dale Jarrett will be the leader.
We could hear it real well down here. It sounded like someone just, you know, a shotgun going off. We all looked to the left, and they had just called him in. He was going to come in next lap by, so the car was just getting way too loose when that thing went boom and he hit the wall.
Yeah, I was just making a comment about he'd really got out of shape.
Dale's looking pretty good, Ned.
Yeah.
And the toe-in has been also in the 3 car. They got to fix the toe in the 3. We'll lose more time.
Yeah.
Green flag about to wave.
Pam, where do you want me?
Oh. Missed less than a lap and a half of action. The green flag has come out. Dale Jarrett is the leader. Alan Kowicki running in second position. Dale Earnhardt remains on pit road. And the 28 car, which normally is driven by Davey Allison, has gone onto the racetrack under the command of Sterling Marlin.
And this is Dale Jarrett's first time to lead this year. Dale Earnhardt led earlier for the first time in 1992.
Look at Joe.
Joe's watching. You're looking good, Joe. The guy's on about the 20. Doesn't look like he's contested, but he could trip.
He's got 60 more laps to go. John Kernan is on pit road.
Bob, we talked about the rain yesterday. It washed out practice, limited practice, but Dale Jarrett was one of the Winston Cup drivers who competed in the Busch Grand National race. Even though those cars are lighter and they may drive them into the turns a little bit deeper, Dale told me this morning that he thought that would give him an edge over a lot of the other drivers. He said he knew what the track would do and how he could set the car up as the race went on. And as you see, he is pulling away, so they've got the right setup.
So he did learn something maybe during the Grand National. What did he finish? Third yesterday?
Finished fourth. He had a right front tire going down near the end of the race, and he was running third and dropped to fourth.
There's Kowicki in second spot.
I don't think Kowicki's losing any time right now to Jarrett.
I don't think he's losing any, but he's not gaining. Doesn't look like he might be gaining that much either.
His 4 cars are in the lead lap now.
You are just joining us here at the top of the hour. Stay with us. We'll take a look at some action that occurred a lap ago, and the 8 and the 6 cars came together. That's, oh yeah, some rubbing there between Dick Trickle and Mark Martin.
Trickle is running in 8th place. I mean, in 5th place now in the 8 car.
He and Terry Lamonti both having good days. We'll have another field summary for you. Again, if you're just joining us at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock Eastern time. We're glad you could join us. Watch for your favorite driver here as 4 cars are now on the lead lap. We've only got a little more than 50 laps to go, and it's anybody's race, at least those on the lead lap.
Well, I tell you, Bob, it's not often that we see cars in the top 10 that are 3 or 4 laps down, but with all the things that's happened here today, it's not really that surprising. Alan Kowicki now beginning to close in a little bit on Dale Jarrett.
Some of our spotters tell us that Terry Labonte has caught 2 caution flags today with flat tires. The tires were flat when he went into pits and changed the tire.
And he's going to gain some in Winston Cup points because Allison, Elliott, and Gant all have had bad days, and Terry has once again had a very good day. The 3 car of Dale Earnhardt, one of those who has had a very big disappointment here in the closing stages of this event. He's sitting on pit road right now, hit the wall out in turn number 2 a few laps ago, and they're still trying to get that car in a position where they can put it back. And the Bill Elliott win streak will definitely end today, as you saw in our field summary, as Bill has had a myriad of problems.
Ned, that 7 car is getting closer and closer to the Interstate Battery Chevrolet.
He's moving in, no question about it. And as Dale goes around the 52 car, Alan moves even closer.
Earnhardt goes back on the racetrack. There goes Jarrett by. Then in turn 3.
Dale Jarrett had his first career top 10 here at Bristol in April of 1987. He finished 10th in that event.
He's just a couple of car lengths.
Of course, only victory last year at Michigan International in one of the most incredible races that we have ever televised here on ESPN. He is closing in rapidly on Dale Jarrett. Closing to less than a car length now and looking to the inside coming off the second corner. Kulwicki trying to take the lead from Dale Jarrett.
On new tires, Kulwicki's car is definitely, all day long, he's been the fastest car on the new tires. Now, if it goes green the rest of the way, who knows? If they get heated up, I think Kulwicki will get by Dale. Maybe not, though. Dale will try to keep him back there. He'll make it work for it.
Yeah.
Kulwicki looks on the inside, trying to see if he can get a bite, get position down the straightaway.
Now Dale now he moves up there again. Right before that caution came out, he had found that high groove, and it really was working for him. And he was picking up on Dale Earnhardt, and now he's moved back up there again. So let's see if that's helping him. No, I don't think it's going to help him enough.
If they didn't touch, they came very close.
They really did.
Kulwicki now will pull alongside of Jarrett, coming out of the second corner and down the backstretch.
And Hooter Ford is really working.
And let's see, they're still side by side.
They're touching.
The fans are loving it. First time we've seen cars run side by side here for a full lap, I believe, today.
Boy, Jarrett is hanging tough.
That high groove is working
Yeah,
for
it
him.
Yeah.
He stays in front.
He needs to stay up there in that high groove. Let Allen have the low groove there. Because running the low groove, he's going to use his tires up more than the high groove will. But Allen's car looks like it's working wherever it needs to go. Looks like he might try to move up there as well.
Well, the advice from Father Ned is well taken because Ned won the fall race here in 1965, and the guy to my left, BP, won the fall race here in 1973. So both these guys definitely know what it's like to drive Bristol.
It seems like 2 generations ago, Bob.
It was a century ago, it feels like. And you talk about Ben, you know, he was a famous race driver, of course, and he's a famous announcer, but he has really made it now.
Yeah.
He's in the Vortex comic book.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
And you and I are mentioned. I can't believe it. First time I've ever been in a comic book. 460 completed, 40 to go at Bristol International Raceway.
It wouldn't hurt to give a call to Junior Johnson for allowing Sterling to get in that car. He didn't have to, and pretty good show of sportsmanship, even though his own car is crippled somewhat, but allowing Davey Allison to collect points, even though it could actually hurt him in the long run.
Good point. Very good point.
I can do a VO, or you guys can do it up there.
Okay. Neil, what's your preference? You want Jerry to do that VO, or you want us to mention it? Well, you're the boss. No.
I've had Jerry mention it before. So. Who's on power side?
Okay. All right, sir. Dale Jarrett continues to lead in the Food City 500 at Bristol with 35 laps to go, and a Big A Auto Parts on-track interval showing you how Kulwicki cut down the interval between himself and Jarrett on laps 447 through 451. It was 0.8 seconds, and then it was reduced to 0.3 of a second, and now it is about a car length and a half. Although I'll tell you, Dale has held off the advances well, and now appears to be pulling away just a little bit.
Well, that outside groove is working for him, Bob. I'm sure his spotter told him, say, hey, get back up there. You knew how well you were running before the caution came out with old tires on, so get back up there to save your tires up there. Allen has gotten under him a couple of times, but just couldn't make it stick down on the inside. So they're going to have to race. Here he comes again down on the inside as Michael Waltrip went very high out of the way of the leaders.
Couldn't do it. We talked about several drivers who needed to change their seasons around. At the very opening of the broadcast, Jerry Punch mentioned about Dale Earnhardt and Dale Jarrett, and Dale may be turning his season around here. He continues to hold off Kulwicki.
If he gets a top 5 finish, Bob, he'll turn his season around because he hasn't had one. He hasn't had a top 10 so far this year.
And Jerry, let's get a call to Junior Johnson, who's allowed Sterling Marlin to replace Davey Allison in that 28 car.
You really have to, Bob. You know, Junior really showing a lot of sportsmanship, even though allowing his own driver, Sterling Marlin, to get in Davey Allison's car could actually hurt him in the long run because Bill Elliott's car is somewhat crippled, not running around at full speed. And by season's end, those points could cost them possibly a championship. So a good move, a very sportsmanlike move for the legendary Junior Johnson.
There is Sterling Marlin driving the Hamilton Ford number 28. Davey Allison crashed this car earlier in the event, has sore ribs and has elected not to go back out there, but Sterling Marlin is. We've got now 28 laps to go.
Ned, is this for the last spot on the winner's circle? Is there a spot open on winner's circle?
Yeah, I guess there is. Bill Elliott took one. Nobody else has won one since then. Boy, would that be a boost for the Joe Gibbs team.
That's an appearance money of about, what, $6,000–7,000 per race for the remainder of the year for which of these cars can win the race if either of them should win.
That's right. Either Kowicki or Jarrett would get on the winner's circle.
A lot is at stake, and John Kernan is with our Western auto mechanic of the race.
We're with Jimmy Makar, who is busy watching Dale Jarrett, watching the progress. And now he just saw that Alan Kowicki did get by, but Jimmy, you're named the mechanic of the race, even though you're now in second. Do you think Dale might be able to come back and catch you?
I'm not sure I heard what you said, but we really appreciate Western Auto's award. Again, like everybody else, this award goes to all the guys here on the team. It's a team effort. They've done a heck of a job today. We're going to come this far in such a little bit of time. I just hope we can go on and, win this race. Alan's give us a heck of a run right now. Went by us. We've still got a few laps left. Maybe Dale can do a little something with him. I don't know.
That's Jimmy Makar. He couldn't hear the question, guys, because we're at the exit of turn number 4. It's very, very loud down here.
Obviously is. Less than 25 to go now, and Alan Kowicki has passed Dale Jarrett.
Kowicki got in the side of that 10 car just a moment ago coming off turn 2. I was going to wait and see, make sure he didn't cut a tire when he made contact with him. Dale is trying so hard. I mean, you can just almost feel Jarrett trying so hard. Just keep up, and maybe I can get him a traffic situation and get by him like he got by me.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to try too hard to get, he's running on a fine line, both of them up there on that high groove. Boy, just as we've seen Hutch Strickland a couple times today up in turn 4, just 6 inches too far up there, and you're in deep trouble. Ken Schrader's still running third in this race in the lead lap. Terry Labonte is fourth, also in the lead lap, and in fifth place is car number 8 of Dick Trickle, who is 1 lap down.
Our pole sitter, Alan Kowicki. Like Bob said, he can take off the Unical Challenge, $22,800 plus the winner's circle. This could be a huge, huge payday for Kowicki.
Sure could.
The race probably pays $60,000–$70,000 to win. 20 races times 7,000, another $140–$50,000 in winner's circle money. 23,000 here. We're talking about a $250,000 payday for Kowicki if he can hold on.
19 laps to go. 19 to go for Kowicki.
And since he doesn't have to split it with anyone, he's the owner and driver.
Yep.
Big leg.
Give him pull away a little bit from Dale now. He has the faster car. I don't believe there's any doubt about it. Dale did a good job of holding him off for a long period of time, but
he sure did.
Just couldn't quite do it. Schrader's about a half a lap behind in third place. Terry Labonte is about a second behind Schrader.
About a half a straightaway. The Interstate Battery Chevrolet, owned by that man, Coach Joe Gibbs, the Washington Redskins, and he has to be smiling. That team has obviously come together in just these first few races.
I tell you what, he will be pumped when he gets back to Washington tomorrow. That's where he's going from here. To come this close, this early.
In the 6th race, yeah.
6th race.
Well, they got a press conference scheduled for Tuesday in Charlotte.
You want to tell us about that?
I don't know about that. So,
come on, Ned.
You'll have to watch Speed Week next week at 7:30 to find out. 15 laps to go.
Kowicki's not pulling away.
I think Dale tried so hard there, Benny, for a few laps. Maybe he heated his tires up and he said, hey, this is not smart. I need to settle down here and get myself back in a pattern and just see if I can keep those tires cool and possibly get back up there.
Yeah. Another Napa Field summary for you. 4 cars on the lead lap with Dick Trickle running 5th a lap down. Dick has had a great run.
Now there's some heavy traffic directly in front of the Hooters Ford. Harry's going by Greg Sachs. Another traffic in front of him. That's the 66 car Chattanooga below him. Hutch Strickland directly in front of him, and Rebestis Buick.
Hutt moves over and lets Allen pass on the high side.
Yeah, every one of them moved down, gave them plenty of room up there on the high side.
As physical this racetrack is, I'm sure all these drivers want this baby to be over.
And they've only got 11 laps before that happens.
You can see that's the green and black car right behind 7. That's him, Dale Jarrett, in second place. We talked about it being a $250,000 lick for Kowicki, about $225,000 if the Dale Jarrett automobile can pull this thing off. And bonuses and purse.
Kowicki has had 3 top 10 finishes this year. He was 4th at Daytona, 2nd at Richmond, and 7th at Atlanta. And looking for Winston Cup win number 4 in 179 Winston Cup starts. Ernie Irvin takes the Kodak Chevy behind the wall again.
Yeah, and this is home for this team. Team is based about 25-30 miles down the road. Always want to show good here. They will not be good.
8 laps to go. 8 to go for Alan Kowicki.
And he's beginning to open up the margin just a little bit, Bob, as they work that traffic. Not much, but maybe just a car length.
There is quite a bit of traffic up ahead for Allen that he's going to have to contend with.
A lot of traffic.
Yeah, in the next 8 laps. 7 to go.
He gets by Mater, but there's Rusty Wallace. And Wallace is going to be going by cars about the time Kowicki gets to him, so let's see.
Well, that is a lot of traffic up there.
This could be interesting, fans. Don't go away.
Oh, Rusty moves over. What a great move by Rusty. He saw Kowicki coming, moved over, let him go.
Everybody just pulling down to the inside lane, slowing down, letting the leaders go. Now Rusty, yeah, he saw Jarrett coming, so he pulls down, let him go as well.
Now less than 5 circuits remaining on this half-mile racetrack.
Well, I tell you, Kowicki's counting every one of them. Because he knows, he's seen today what can happen just any instant. We saw Earnhardt. Seemingly had a good run going, was going to challenge the 7 car. Right front tire went down, into the wall.
Brad Bodine had a good run going until he ran into problems.
Yep. Here's the 4th place car, Terry Labonte, about to go a lap down.
Yep. This might be the break that Jarrett needs. No. On the inside. I wonder if Labonte knew he was there.
Dave Mater has run good in that 9 car today.
Yeah, he has.
Got some laps down, but he has run good. Just 2 laps to go.
Yep. Kowicki passes by Dale Earnhardt again, who's running very slowly at the bottom of the track.
2 laps to go.
It appears as if Alan Kowicki will win his 4th Winston Cup race here this afternoon. Here comes the white flag. 1 more lap to go for Allen. Greenfield, Wisconsin driver, who first win came in his 85th start at Phoenix. He was the 1986 Winston Cup Rookie of the Year. He's in turn number 3, now in turn number 4. The Ford win streak continues. Bill Elliott's streak is broken. Alan Kowicki wins the Food City 500.
Just 2 races in a row here in Bristol for Kowicki. He won the race at night last August.
And there is the 3rd place car, Ken Schrader. He begins to turn his season around. A good run for Ken. Here's John Kernan.
Well, we're Paul Andrews, a very happy Paul Andrews. Tell you, Dale gave him everything he wanted, but Alan cooled his tires there a little bit and then made his move, didn't he?
Yeah, you know, Alan did a good job, and all the guys on the crew done a great job. You know, the Hooters Ford ran good all day long. We knew this was going to be a good race for us. We also know this is going to be a good year for us. This right here proves it. You know, we're off to a good start, and we know we're just looking forward to this year and the rest of this year. You know, we got a real good group of guys, and I just can't say enough about that. You know, we got our pit stops together. Things looking up. You know, Alan's kept us cool all day long, like you said. You know, Earnhardt gave him a good run for his money, but you know, he was right there. He was right there all the way. Alan stayed with him and didn't lose his head. Done a real good job in the car.
That's Paul Andrews, very happy crew chief who's headed to victory lane.
And so is Dr. Jerry Punch. Alan Kowicki has arrived at the gas pumps. We'll be back to talk with the winner of the Food City 500, Alan Kowicki, in a moment. billboards to begin with, huh? Okay. And this is Kodak Gold Film Winner's Circle. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. The Food City 500 at Bristol has been won by Alan Kowicki. Dale Jarrett finishes second, then Ken Schrader, Terry Labonte, and Dick Trickle finished in 5th position. Our Speed World coverage being brought to you by Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline. And by Autolite Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years no matter how far you go. So the sellout crowd, record crowd for a spring race begins to file out of this racetrack. And here is our Kodak Winner's Circle interview and Jerry Punch.
After climbing out of the car and a big drink of cold Gatorade, Alan, congratulations on a tremendous effort today.
Yeah, thanks. It was a great run for us. That's probably the strongest I've ever been for a whole race, and the car worked great right from the drop of the green flag. Just as good as it did in qualifying, really. We didn't change very much, and we just had a good run there. I almost messed it up for myself there. We just went over the front line a little bit on the last pit stop and backed up, and Dale Jarrett gave me a good hard run at the end there. I had to work pretty hard to get him, but we pulled off a pretty good move in traffic to get it. And I just want to thank my sponsors, Hooters Restaurants, Naturally Fresh Salad Dressings, Classic Mixes, and Ford Motor Company, and the whole team, Paul Andrews and Danny Glad, and all the guys on the crew in the engine shop, Ron Vaccaro and Randy Clary. And also want to say hi to Jeff Bice and Tony Gibson, a couple of crew members that had to be back with family situations today. I'm sure they're missing being here, but we got a good team, and we're looking forward to the rest of the year, believe me.
Special day for Special K, Kowicki and Victory Lane. Let's go to John Kernan.
Oh, with second place finisher Dale Jarrett. And Dale, you got a smile. Looks like you won this thing.
Well, we came close anyway. Center State Batteries Food Line Chevrolet was good all day, and we were a little loose at the first, but my man in the pits, Jimmy Maycar, got that fixed, and the car tightened up a little bit on that last. I thought I might could hold Alan off, but congratulations to him. And before we get off here, I got to say hello to Kelly and Natalie and Carson, who are back home. They couldn't make the trip because Carson's got the chicken pox.
All right, Dale Jarrett, second place. Feel that his season is turning around.
It's 6 in a row for Ford at the beginning of the season. That ties a record set by Hudson in 1952. Back in a moment. Okay. 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 All right. Okay.
Got close, Ned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good run for him.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah, it was good. I mean,
he's never had a second.
I'm telling you, you got to run third, fourth, second before you know to win.
They're the top 5 finishers, and our congratulations to Alan Kowicki, who won today's Food City 500 here at Bristol International Raceway. Now, don't go away. We'll be back with a complete wrap-up of this race, but right now, let's go to Jim Kelly and Gary Jobson in San Diego for a preview of what's coming up next.
Fourth was the best he'd had before he finished second. So he doesn't have a third. He's he couldn't. I wanted to see Kulwicki win.
That was you, huh?
I have mixed minus. Can I work off that? Thank you very much, guys. We'll be looking forward to your coverage coming up in about 5 minutes, but stay tuned. We're going to have a complete field rundown and how the points stand when we come back to Bristol. All right. Okay. Help me through these results, guys.
Oh, yeah, buddy. We got you, buddy.
That's the least we can do.
Yeah. You got us this far. We'll get you
Yeah,
just
well,
the last
I don't know
90
whether
seconds.
I got you anywhere or not.
Lenny, you hot?
That sun coming in is warm, isn't it? Yeah. Can't please you, huh?
You and Jenkins. Ain't no pleasing you. You complain if you hung with your new rope.
Alan Kulwicki wins the Food City 500 here at Bristol International Raceway. Dale Jarrett, a very fine run, finishes second, his best short track career finish. Ken Schrader, a great race in third. Terry Labonte, a consistent fourth. And Dick Trickle ended up a lap down, but in fifth position. Let's take a look now at the entire field rundown of where they placed in this afternoon's event.
Of course, Ricky Rudd was sixth. He was one lap down. Morgan Shepherd hung in there even though he had a lot of unscheduled pit stops, finished his seventh. Hut Strickland spun out a couple of times, still finished eighth. Rusty Wallace, a lot of unscheduled pit stops with ninth. And Derek Cope had his problems, still finished 10th.
There's Brett Bodine, who had one of the better cars earlier on, penalized by NASCAR, then got to the wall later. Greg Sachs finished 13th, Musgrave. And Mark Martin, after all of his problems, finished 15th today.
16 through 20 in today's event. Dave Mader, Michael Waltrip, Dale Earnhardt 18th, Kyle Petty, and Bill Elliott finishes 20 after 4 straight wins.
21 through 25, Brad Teague, Wally Dallenbach Jr., Chad Little, Ernie Irvin, and Darrell Waltrip.
Now 26 through 30 was Bobby Hamilton, Richard Petty. Davey Alsner, points leader way back in 28th spot. Harry Gant, who was third going in, back in 29th, and Rick Mast. And 31st and 32nd, Dave Marcus. And Sterling Marlin, credit for the last spot.
And speaking of the points now, Davey Allison hangs on. Doesn't look like that the points changed very much, at least the top 4. However, they tightened up. Allison still on top, then Elliott. Gant is third, Labonte fourth, and Alan Kulwicki moves up from 7th to 5th in the point standing. 6 through 10, Morgan Shepherd. Jeff Bodine now 7th in points. Earnhardt remains in 8th. Dick Trickle remains in 9th. And Mark Martin still hanging in there in 10th position after 6 races in the Winston Cup standings.
Then it's Rudd, Musgrave, Schrader, Hut Strickland, Kyle Petty, 15th. About the next 5, Rusty Wallace, Michael Waltrip, Derek Cope, Rick Maston, Brett Bodine, the last paying spot in the points.
We'll be on from North Wilkesboro next week, and our pre-race show comes on at 12:30. And the green flag will drop on the First Union 400 at 1 o'clock. So don't forget to join us at 12:30 as we have a half-hour pre-race show setting up our green flag coverage of the First Union 400.
There's last year's winner, Darrell Waltrip for the First Union 400, ran well today.
But today, the man who ran well was Alan Kulwicki, who won his 4th Winston Cup event and his first at Bristol International Speedway. Well, thanks to Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch, and thank you for joining us from Bristol. We'll see you next week. This is Bob Jenkins So long, everyone.
I'll let you know where.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is this mine?
Did we set that up? Did we set up that Earnhardt in the wall?
Thank you.
I mean, you know, he got bored.
Oh, yeah. Ned, to be completely honest with you, I just as soon you have won this, but I'll take it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You're watching highlights of the Food City 500 Winston Cup race from Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee. We now move ahead in our coverage. They ought to keep these from, okay, one more generic. Here we go. We now move ahead in our coverage of the Food City 500 Winston Cup race. Race number 6 in the 1992 Winston Cup schedule from Bristol International Raceway. Stand by for specific JIPs. Okay. Don't let my helicopter leave without me, Benny. You got that right.
Let's grab a sandwich, Bob.
I'm hungry.
Let's go next door. I'll be next door to the right.
To the right, that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, mate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. 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 All right. You ready? This is the JIP that goes between keeper segments 14 and 17, Bristol, and here you go. Welcome back to the Food City 500. While we were away, Kyle Petty and Bill Elliott were involved in an accident that has ended Bill's chances of carrying his win streak to 5 events in a row. We're about to go back to green on lap number 270 with Brett Bodine now leading because of pit stops. Two. Okay. Okay. I'll give you some more generics, Bristol. From Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee, you're watching highlights of the Food City 500 Winston Cup race. Let's move ahead now in our coverage of this event. I'll give you another one. Welcome back to highlights of the Food City 500, race number 6 of the 1992 Winston Cup season. Let's move ahead now in our coverage. .500 laps of racing on this high-banked half-mile racetrack here at Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee. Let's move ahead in our coverage. Is that okay? Hello. Hello. Are we done, Chevy? Somebody talk to me. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Ooh, that looks good. Ooh, what is that? Chocolate cheesecake? Ooh, baby, that looks good. That looks good. Oh. Oh, good. Well, I'll make sure they don't have any throwaway. Well, that will ensure it then. What do we need to keep, Len? Anything? Okay. And there's no real reason to keep our billboards. Is this my book? Huh? Neil wanted me to build a book for you, but other than keeping this stuff, I don't know. Yeah, I know. The only thing we could do is keep billboards, and I know that makes a lot of sense. No. There they are. No, not really. Oh, darn it. I can't imagine what happened to that frequency list. Uh-uh.
I think it was here yesterday. I think so. Looking at the counter, and there was just nothing here. I think it was taken out yesterday.
Yep. Are you still checking? Thank you. Would you hand me my briefcase, please? It's back by the John. Well, those frequencies that the radios were set to. Mm-hmm. Thank you, sir. A new policy. Well, I've got other things to do, so I guess I'm released. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay.